City of Adelaide Council meeting on Tuesday the 14th of December 2021. The Lord Mayor is in the chair. This council meeting will be streamed live and recorded for publishing to the internet. Please note that an audio and visual recording is being taken at this meeting. This means that your presence at and any contribution you make to the meeting may be collected, used, disclosed or published publicly by the Council, including transferring outside Australia.
Acknowledgement of country. Council acknowledges that we're meeting on the traditional country of the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains and pays respects to elders past and present. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land and acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. We also extend that respect to other Aboriginal language groups and other First Nations who are present today. Acknowledgement of Colonel William Light. The Council acknowledges the vision of Colonel William Light in determining the site for Adelaide and the design of the city with its 6 squares and surrounding belt of continuous parklands, which is recognised on the National Heritage List as one of the greatest examples of Australia's planning heritage.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we ask your blessing upon the works of the City of Adelaide. Direct and prosper its deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of this city. Amen.
Will all present stand in silence in memory of those who gave their lives in defence of their country at sea, on land and in the air? Thank you. Please be seated. Members, good evening. That takes us to item number 5 on the agenda, which is apologies and leave of absence, of which there are none. I believe Councillor Hyde is running a few minutes late. Members, item 6 on the agenda is the confirmation of minutes from the 9th of November, the 16th of November, the 25th of November and the 30th of November 2021. I look for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Mackie, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Abrahimzadeh. Members, any comments? If not, to the mover to summer. Members, to those in favour, those against, that is carried. Members, tonight we have 3 deputations with us this evening. The first deputation is from Mr James Katsaros on the 89 to 94 Braun Place redevelopment. Mr Katsaros, you have 5 minutes to speak to members. The bell will go at 4 minutes, so that you can wind up. Thank you.
Our SCAP proposal to develop 89 to 94 Braun Place has to be taken in the proper context. The plan has evolved over 20 years and involves 6 separate allotments on a steep, complex site, which has steep pathways and many sets of stairs. The recommendation of the technical department regarding heritage should be considered alongside expert opinion. This has been provided in the SCAP submission by heritage architects Douglas Alexander and Ron Danvers, who powerfully undermine the doubtful heritage credentials of 92 Braun Place. Number 92 is built at the rear of the property and is landlocked. It was obstructed from view previously by another building and will be obstructed again when the vacant allotment in front of it is redeveloped. This is demonstrated in photographs from the archive circulated to you. This plan integrates all the positive elements of the site, solves existing problems, and delivers a high-quality outcome in a single building episode. The features are high-quality living in one-level residences, suitable for people of all ages. It takes advantage of the steep site in providing ample undercroft parking. We will not compete for on-street car parks currently used by cottage owners of Brougham Court. A dual-lane driveway will ensure that our cars will move only in a forward direction. Adelaide City Council garbage trucks will still be able to reverse into Brougham Court as they do now. Reversing into Brougham Court from garages on our property will be eliminated. The alternative to our plan is piecemeal development of 6 separate sites. This would bring continuous disruption for many years to come. Rather than being a vertical box, the 4-level apartment complex with undercroft parking facing Brougham Place is a step-back pyramidal structure which features extensive landscape terraces. Situated opposite picturesque Brougham Gardens, it could give star quality to arguably one of Adelaide's dress circle districts. The plan preserves and celebrates state heritage listed Ebenezer Chapel and the local heritage Bluestone Cottage at 94 Brougham Place. It blends the old with the new. With reference to bulk and scale, the technical department's use of the words code requirements is misleading. Requirements or strict parameters do not exist. They are only guidelines. Under the new Act, the aim is to judge applications on overall architectural merit. In fact, the new Act refers only to restricted or unrestricted developments, and this is not a restricted development. The proposal has gone through the pre-approval process, and the government architect required significant changes before she was satisfied and supportive of the entire plan. Much is said about the character of North Adelaide and its buildings. In fact, there is not a consistent style at all. It is eclectic. There is colonial, Victorian, Edwardian and modern. Imitation and reproduction is everywhere. There are single-storey and multi-storey, such as the 5-level Cosford Apartments, Norwich buildings, St Mark's buildings and the Children's Hospital. Our building will not set a precedent because the precedent already exists. A word about track record. Many people say that they love North Adelaide. I am one of those people. I have lived and worked in North Adelaide for 65 years and continue to do so. I have renovated houses of character and completed other projects in a successful manner. I believe that with this well thought out plan, I have earned the opportunity to bring to fruition a high-end project which also has wide community support. I commend our submission to you. It brings together 6 separate allotments to form a unique piece of land. The urban design elements and bespoke use of both heritage and modern components will help to give to North Adelaide a forward-looking, progressive label. I would welcome any questions or clarifications.
Thank you, Mr. Katsaris. There aren't questions from the chamber at this point. Thank you.
Okay, so...
members, we have a second deputation tonight from Mr. Ian Vagg, and that again is on 89 to 94 Brougham Place redevelopment. Mr. Vagg, if you'd like to come forward. The bell will go at 4 minutes. You have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
I'll be talking about the heritage aspects of 92 Brougham Place. In the summary of heritage aspects of 91-92 Brougham Place distributed today by the administration, there is a sentence which says, the building was part of the industrial school for the blind from the 1890s until 1930s. It's that period that I've done a considerable amount of research into, and I'm now going to paint the picture of it. But in fact, so I'm going to go through a timeline of the history of that building. But the history actually starts in 1843, when the Ebenezer Chapel was built as the first Baptist chapel in South Australia. Its address then was 92 Brown Place. Now it is 29 Brown Court. And that building is state heritage listed because of its historic significance. In 1884, Mr. A.W. Hendry, himself blind from an accident in childhood, and the philanthropist Sir Charles Good, actually Mr. Charles Good at that stage, set up the industrial school for the blind, intended to train blind people to become factory workers. And they established that in the Ebenezer Chapel, which was no longer used as a church. This was the first organisation in South Australia to successfully introduce seriously handicapped people into the workforce. The goods they produced consisted of brushes, mats, baskets and chair seats, and later they added piano tuning. Also in 1884, the then disused church at the other building on 92 Brown Place, in fact, which was right near the northern boundary, was also leased and by the Industrial School for the Blind, and that became a Braille library, with a reading room and classroom for teaching Braille to blind students, and did a lot of outreach work throughout the colony, bearing in mind this was a colony at the time. By 1893, 9 years later, the demand for training blind workers had grown so much that work commenced on building a two-storey factory alongside the chapel to increase the training capacity. That was finished in March 1894, and the Advertiser newspaper gives a detailed account of the opening ceremony for that new factory building. At the ceremony, presided over by the Lieutenant Governor, it is stated, "The accommodation at the school is second to no similar institution in the colonies," which we would now say is the best in Australia. And also the whole property at 92 Brown Place, which had previously been leased, was purchased. This factory is the building at 92 Brown Place, which the developer claims is of no heritage value and wishes to demolish. In 1903, the King gave permission to change the name from the Industrial School for the Blind to the Royal Institute for the Blind. And with the help of the factory building and the increase in numbers of workers being trained, the Royal Institute for the Blind finally outgrew that work and commenced work in 1915 on building a new headquarters on King William Street opposite the Women's and Children's Hospital, where they moved in all their operations in 1917. In 1938, the building at the front of it, which had been the Braille Library of the factory, was demolished and the factory was repurposed to be a residence. It's the architectural value of this repurposing which has been criticised by the developer, yet repurposing, which is now called adaptive reuse, is recommended in the Development Act as an appropriate way to preserve heritage buildings. Eventually in 1972, an Act of Parliament changed the name of the Royal Institute for the Blind to the Royal Society for the Blind, and it moved to Gillis Plains. But the heritage significance of the building is more to do with state heritage than with local heritage. A clause in the Heritage Act says if it has a special association with the life or work of a person or organisation or an event of historical importance. 92 Brown Place certainly does. It has a significant part in the development of the Royal Society for the Blind and also introducing seriously handicapped workers into the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berg.
May I have some papers to hand out?
If you can give them to Eddie, that would be great. Thank you. The third deputation tonight is Mr. Chris Harris. I think it's Mr. Thank you. Again on 89 to 94 Brown Place. Welcome, Mr. Harris. The bell will go at 4 minutes. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you to the Lord Mayor and Council for the opportunity to talk tonight. I'm certainly not supporting this development application because I believe the local heritage place should not be demolished. The area is zoned for 2 stories, not 3 or 5, which is proposed. And there is excessive scale and bulk in the development next to these heritage places, and also Brougham Court. It's one of the few places in the city which the only houses in the street are heritage listed, either local or state. And this 5-storey building next to it certainly overshadows it. But the main talk tonight is about one issue that I believe is critical that hasn't been addressed, and that's the car parking. The proposed development has 35 car parks. They all come off into Brougham Court, not into Brougham Place, where there are existing driveways. Certainly under the development plan, there is mention that car parking maybe should be on side streets, but they're talking really about major thoroughfares like O'Connell Street. If you had 35 car parks exiting on O'Connell Street, you'd maybe have a problem. Why not put into 10th Street? Maybe take the pressure away. But Brougham Court is a very narrow street. The entrance off Brougham Place from curb to curb is only 4.2 metres. You cannot get even 2 cars next to each other, let alone a truck and a car or 2 trucks. It's and occasionally cars, even with this narrow street, they go over the curb as it is. Brougham Court's also a major thoroughfare when there's events on at the Oval. Football, cricket, other events, they stream down from the retail hospitality precinct, down Brougham Court, down to the laneway, down past the Queen's Head or Lakeman Street, down to the hotel. The road is narrow, the footpaths are quite narrow, and they stream on the road itself. I mean, we live down at the bottom. If we come out, we've got to be extremely careful in the car if we do have to come out at that time. It seems not appropriate to have another 35 car parks exiting into that road when there isn't a very satisfactory alternative. Another part on the road is the development plan says all waste management garbage trucks should drive in and out of the property in a forward direction. The current proposal is the trucks have to back into this development. To do so, you have to lose permit parking, and the permit parking is in front of row houses which have no on-site parking at all, so that would take parking away from those houses. It's been suggested you could have parking replaced by on Brougham Place. But why are people deprived of parking in front of their own house when they don't have the opportunity on site for the satisfaction of making it so cars don't come off Brougham Place? So I'd ask the council to ask the administration. First of all, I support the administration recommendations. They not support the demolition of the local heritage place at 92 Brougham Place, and the recommendation doesn't support the height, bulk, and scale beyond the parameters in the plan and design code. But also ask the council in its submission to state that it's safer to have all car park and waste management service and access from Brougham Place, not Brougham Court. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Members, we have no petitions tonight, so that takes us to the reports for the tonight. I'm going to call them out and move what we can on block. So members, please raise your hand if you want any of these items called out. 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, 10.6, 10.7, 10.8, 10.9, 10.10, 10.11, 10.12, 10.13, 10.14, 10.15, 10.16. Items 10.17, 18 and 19, we're just moving the procedural and we'll go back for nominations afterwards. So 10.17, 10.18, 10.19 and 10.20.
10.20 requires a vote.
It does, so that we'll do that one. So members, if I could have someone move on block, please, the following items: 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 10.1, 10.3, 10.6, 10.8, 10.9, 10.11, 10.17, 10.15, 10.16, the procedural for 10.17 and 10.18. If I could have a mover, please. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Members, if not, I'll go to the move to sum up. Members to the vote, those in favour, those against. Thank you, that is carried. And I'll just ask you to give me a moment to just bring my papers up to speed. Thank you, members. That then takes us to 10.2. Thank you. Sorry, 89 to 94 Braun Place redevelopment, and I'll look for a mover. Councillor Martin.
I'm moving an alternative, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Do we have that, or?
No, the administration suggested some amendments this morning, and I'm guessing that ComSec has it. There it is.
Thank you. Members, I'll look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Moran. Councillor Martin, did you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I do, and I thank the administration for tightening the motion that's before the chamber, and I think it captures all of the issues that are of concern within the community. Lord Mayor, the qualifications of a heritage consultant include a great deal of tertiary education in heritage-related disciplines such as architecture and experience in the discipline as well. I don't have those qualifications, but I do know, as we all know, that this site qualifies as a local heritage site. And we've heard tonight, I think, argument that suggests it could well be a state heritage site because it has met the criteria laid down by legislation, laid down by the State Parliament of South Australia to be a local heritage site. It is legitimate, and however many attempts are made to diminish the heritage value of this site, it remains a heritage listed site that meets all of the criteria established by the state government. Now, tonight is one of those halcyon moments in a council's history, much like the way in which we saw the community galvanise over Part 2 and the proposal that the Crows put forward to take part of the parklands. It's one of those moments when our community expects us to uphold a standard, and that is a standard to protect heritage-listed sites, not only in the city of Adelaide, but everywhere. And more to the point, this particular site is a heritage-listed building in a heritage conservation zone. Lord Mayor, there's an additional bar here in all of this when there is talk of demolition of this site. There is the problem that this council will establish a precedent if it does not support this proposal. And that precedent is if ever a development comes to council, that is to our CAP, not to SCAB, because the value of this development is greater than $10 million. But if one comes to us, say, for a couple of townhouses, that involves the demolition of a heritage-listed place in order to facilitate that development, how is it going to be possible to say to a developer, we don't support this? Because we will have, if we don't support this motion here, we will have endorsed the demolition of a heritage property. And automatically the bar then will have been lowered. Now look, I don't think I need to say anything more, because I'm sure every councillor understands how important it is to preserve heritage, not to quibble about the relative merits of demolishing a heritage place. It is vital to protect heritage, and I urge everyone to support this proposal.
Councillor Moran. Members. Councillor Snape.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. I echo a lot of your comments. I support the administration's report to oppose the development. It's a line I often repeat. I do support development, but it has to be sympathetic to its surroundings and without threat to heritage. And it's clear that this development does neither. It just doesn't pass the pub test. And we see that by the widespread community opposition. And our community expects us to do the right thing. And as such, I cannot support the development.
Members. Councillor Hyde.
Would the mover and the seconder be open to taking it in parts?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Taking it in parts. Would the mover and the seconder be open to that?
Councillor Martin.
Give me a moment, a little bit. No, I wouldn't call it.
That's a no.
That's unfortunate. That's fine. My comments broadly, look, as they're not open to taking it in parts, I will be supporting the recommendation as it is printed. There are a couple of things that I would just say though. Number one is, I think we're right to oppose the demolition of a locally heritage listed place. It is locally heritage listed. We are the local government. The problem I take with it is actually the nature of its heritage listing and what have you. I understand Councillor Moran says that in committee that buildings that have been added to and changed over time, it does add to the heritage value of it. I take a different view. I think it's seen some changes over time, and that's the reason why it sort of looks like a heritage house, but not quite looks like a heritage house. So therefore, intrinsically, now if it was, it's not actually representative of the heritage values that we're looking to preserve, in my humble view. If it was an unaltered building from its inception, that's where the heritage value is. But if it's been changed, 40 years down the track and then 40 years again, the heritage values that you're looking to conserve actually become diluted, in my opinion. Also as well, some of the points I was getting at committee were that the report provided, I don't dispute that it's outside of what the Planning and Design Code says, but the report provided the numbers actually didn't line up, and some of the things which I was expecting clarity on from our administration and unfortunately was not able to receive in time, include whether or not the mezzanine levels, i.e. at the back of the development, should be included in the 5 levels total, because my understanding is, as I said in committee, that you actually take the height of the development from where you're standing at the footpath. That's my understanding. Sadly, I didn't have an answer to that question. So is it 5 levels? Is it 3 levels? Again, I don't dispute that it's out of the code requirements, because the code requires 2 levels, but I just question the accuracy of that. And again, with the soft landscaping, what I was looking to understand was whether the percentages outlined in the report, I think it was 26.5% versus 33, which is required, or something along those lines, whether that actually included the trees which would have been planted on the structure of the building itself. And again, we didn't get an answer to that question. So that's why I wanted to take it in parts, and in particular because I don't support 2122. But again, it is locally heritage listed, so we shouldn't be opposing its demolition. But it does throw up questions around why it is locally heritage listed, and that's just a principal point.
Members? If not, I'll go to the move to sum up. Sorry, Councillor Moran.
Yes, look, I didn't think I'd really have to speak on this one because it's so clear. We are, as Councillor Hyde said, we are the local government. It is our list. It probably would have been able to be listed on the state heritage list. It's a shame that it hasn't, so then it's in jeopardy now. I do think that the adaptive reuse is very important to make sure that heritage buildings can be used in the 21st century. And both the original building was very worthy of heritage listing, and indeed the adaptation to a residence was beautifully done, and quite some time ago. It's not as though it was done last week with cream brick and a tiled roof. It was done back in 1930, and I think that alone is worthy of heritage listing. But even if you ignored the heritage listing, which we must not do, we must not do that, because if we do that, then our heritage list means nothing. And any developer that wants to go into North Adelaide can use this as a reason to demolish a heritage house. If one does it properly, one should then separate the applications to test the heritage nature of the property in a separate application, rather than mix it in with the new development. I don't think this is a worthy development. It's a highly inappropriate bulk and scale. I think every person in North Adelaide, and especially the neighbours, are horrified by what this is doing to their properties, their heritage properties, and their new properties. I've spoken to a lot of the residents down there that have built their new houses within the code and are absolutely outraged that on their boundary they will have a 4-storey building. Councillor Hyde's pointed out that some were a bit blurry in the height, but even if you took it at the lowest, it is way outside the scale recommended for this area. This is a very delicate little area of all heritage buildings and some beautifully done new buildings. This is not a beautifully done building. This is just a development, not to be lived in by the owner, but to squeeze as much profit out of that land as possibly can be got. We must stick to, I don't think there's really any choice for council. This is our heritage list, and this wasn't an iffy one. This is well in, probably worthy of state listing. If we do that, if we don't support the heritage listing, our own heritage listing, then heritage listing in North Adelaide means nothing. And you have opened the door to the developer that's just looking at profit. A very unneighbourly development, and I could not recommend more strongly to stick to your guns.
Councillor Kerr.
Sorry, regain my balance there. Thanks, Lord Mayor. I'm just curious, is this an amendment we're speaking to at the moment, or is this
It's an alternate motion.
This is an alternate motion. Okay. Well, I mean, look, it should be pointed out that the motion that was before us initially opposed this proposed development and the demolition of the old building. Councillor Martin and Councillor Marion are sort of speaking to the original motion, but they're not really speaking to what they've added. Nevertheless, point of clarification.
This is the motion that we're talking to.
So it should be clear that what was before us, before Councillor Martin introduced a change, was still to oppose the development. That does not belong to Councillor Martin or Moran in relation to this. It should be made very clear. But nevertheless, I will support the extra bits that have been... Lord Mayor, this attempt to interrupt. Lord Mayor, this attempt to interrupt. Nevertheless, there is nothing wrong in beefing up the submission, and I think that the additions made are positive. I think that it's, a council should not be, it does not behoove a council to be slurring developers and slandering them and saying all they want to do is seek to extract profit.
Exception to that, I have not slandered or slurred any developer. The developer's in the audience, and I really object to that.
I didn't have to say who it was. I didn't have to say who it was.
Councillor Kerr, if you could talk to the motion before you, Councillor Moran.
I will ask that the clock be reset because there's been 3 interruptions that are entirely out of order, Lord Mayor.
Councillor, if you can continue,
I'll ask
and we will get to the end of the time. If you need extra time, please ask for it.
Well, it'll be on the basis of an interruption, so
that
I would
expect
that is granted.
We are continuing.
So from the beginning, again, it does not behoove a council to be slurring developers and saying that all they're about is extracting
I object that.
Profit.
There's been no slur. Clearly, I referred to the developer, but I have not slurred or defamed or been disrespectful. And I object to the councillor suggesting that. It's very dangerous for him to do that.
Lord Mayor, it is not going to be possible for this meeting to continue if interruptions continue to be introduced.
Councillor, you have said it twice. We have heard you. Please
all right,
move
let's going to keep going. So, slurring developers...
Councillor Kerr, 3 times. Councillor Kerr, that has been...
profit is not the way to go for council. Developers ought to be commended in general because what they do is they help alleviate the housing crisis by and large. It is only through development and building new dwellings that people get the opportunity to live in the city where they otherwise wouldn't. So that does not behoove the council to do that. I completely reject those sorts of comments. However, there is a balancing act. The building, even though there has been additions made to a heritage building here, it is an example where I think that criteria needs to be looked at because heritage buildings may receive additions, they may receive amendments, but you nevertheless have a building that can either be restored to its original heritage nature or it will still, regardless of the additions, it will still contribute to the character of the area, and that is fundamentally the case here. The building contributes to the character and amenity of the area. It has a historic feel. The pictures tell the story. It is still a beautiful building. What is proposed to replace it is a generic replacement, which should not be attacked, just because it is generic. But there are places that exist in the city for that. Even within North Adelaide, had this been a commercial site or a vacant lot or something of that nature. But I think on balance, the council is well justified not to attack the developer, but to say on balance, and I will request 30 seconds more, please.
Members, thank you.
I think the council is, on balance, well placed to not attack the developer, but to say, on balance, it would be a mistake to proceed and to remove this part of the amenity of the area.
Thank you. Members, if not, I'll go back to the move to sum up. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And look, for the benefit of councillors who haven't read the email, the alternative motion was proposed by the administration in an email that was sent to all councillors at 11:20 this morning, but perhaps it didn't go to Councillor Kira.
Sorry, just to clarify, it only went to Councillor Martin, myself, Councillor Saint and Councillor Moran. I beg your pardon. The way they're distributed these days in small batches, I'm not aware of that. But anyway, that it was distributed by the administration. And Lord Mayor, look, I am sorry that Councillor Hyde didn't have the information that he wanted, but I do want to just speak briefly about this matter of alterations to heritage buildings, because it is really important and it's a debate that's been going on for some time now. Alterations do not destroy the heritage value of a building. They may well supplement, they may well enhance, they may well detract, but they do not destroy the heritage value. And one of the best examples of a heritage building which has been constantly altered is this one. The Adelaide Town Hall is actually an amalgamation of an original small town hall and the Albert Hotel, which were joined together. It didn't have a marble staircase. That came before a royal visit in the 1950s. The original Queen Adelaide room wasn't the Queen Adelaide room, it was the police station and then the stock exchange. This is one of the most altered heritage buildings in the city of Adelaide, and yet it retains its heritage value. And so must heritage buildings in this city
if we're to maintain our reputation for protecting those values. And I do urge members, although I'm hoping I won't have to do so, to support this.
Members to the vote, those in favour, those against. Can I have that recorded as unanimous? Thank you, members. We go to 10.4. I'll look for a mover. Oh, Councillor Martin, you called that out?
Oh, look, I have two questions, actually.
Certainly. Do you want to move it?
Before anyone moves it?
Well, if you'd like to move it, then I can take the questions.
Well, one of the questions is, should I be in the room?
Oh, okay. We'll take a governance question.
Okay. Lord Mayor, one of the proposals in here is to give money to the Chinese Lunar New Year street party. I have accepted an invitation to that. Does that mean that I'm excluded from this discussion?
CEO, I believe all councillors have been invited.
Thank you through the presiding member. Unfortunately, our governance person has now left the chamber. From memory, when it comes to sponsorship, my understanding is in the past that hasn't triggered a conflict of interest.
Thank you. And my second question is, the recommendation for the administration is that the Chinese Lunar New Year party receive a sum of $25,000, but the recommendation at page 32 is that only part funding of $20,000 be allocated. Has there been a change, and if so, why? Or is the recommendation an error?
CEO.
Thank you. Could Christy please answer that?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, we determined that 25,000 was our preferred recommendation to you on the basis that they've said that they required the full amount as a question that was asked of them, and that was my determination to put it to you for 25,000.
Members, I'm looking for a mover. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. And a second to thank you, Councillor Mackie. Deputy Lord Mayor, did you wish to speak? Councillor Mackie. Members? If not, go to the move to sum up. Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried. Could I have that recorded as unanimous as well, please? That takes us to 10.5, which is the Cycling Infrastructure Strategic Action Plan, and I look for a mover. So thank you, Councillor Knoll. And are you seconding Councillor Couros? Thank you, Councillor Couros. Councillor Knoll, did you wish to speak? Reserve your right. So we have two parts. We have to do procedural, and then we'll have to appoint two members. So we're moving the procedural at the moment. Councillor Couros. Okay, members, would anybody else like to speak? Councillor Martin?
Yeah, just briefly, Lord Mayor. Look, I am going to support this, but I have to say that the City of Adelaide has neglected cyclists and bikeways. Even with cash in hand from the state government, we failed to deliver on an east-west bikeway, mainly because of the fear of loss of parking for cars. And here in this document, as I mentioned at committee, at 3.2, 4.1, 4.6, 4.1, 4.11 and 11.6, we're just constantly tugging the forelock at parking for cars in a document about bikeways. As I pointed out during committee, this working group will not be able to advise council by way of a vote. It doesn't even have capacity to meet with a quorum. It doesn't require a quorum, and there are no voting rights. So we'll be asking people to join this without actually having a capacity to come to an agreed position to refer to council. It is unfortunate, but it's sad that the cycling community has to accept such crumbs from the City of Adelaide, but that being so, I will support this.
Councillor Hyde.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I have an amendment which I sent to the business team. It looks meatier than it actually is. Happy to read it out. It's just following my questions at committee.
Thank you. I'll look for a seconder. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
This is just a very brief amendment following what I raised in committee, and that is that what we're trying to achieve is a transport system which caters to multiple modes of transport, primarily for the purpose of moving volumes of people into and out of the city. That's why I think it's important that the community representatives that we put on there, or maybe they should be called commuter representatives that we put on there, actually come from outside the city. We as councillors will be on this group, on this working group. We understand our communities very well, so we can assist in putting their perspective. But the people that aren't spoken for are the people that live outside the city, who come in or try to come in by bike or by car every day. They're actually not represented here, but they're actually the people we're trying to move. So that's why I think it's important. And at 3B, it's just a sort of a tracked change to the selection criteria, because it did highlight and stipulate that everyone needs to live, work, play or own a business property in the City of Adelaide. I think it's important. It's an important delineation to make, because people that live in the city do not face the same accessibility issues as those 250,000 people a day that live outside the city that come in. This total policy, which I think is a commendable policy, and I thank the administration for taking an inclusive approach to transport planning in this regard. This policy is a good initiative, but it is about moving those greater magnitudes and volumes of people, which is what I hope to achieve with this minor change.
Thank you. Deputy Lord Mayor, did you wish to speak? Members? Have Councillor Kerr, then Councillor Snow.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Well, I'll speak briefly in support of this amendment. I think
sorry, Councillor, could I get you to put your microphone on?
Oh, sorry. I'll start again. Speak in favour. It's entirely sensible. I think to say no to this amendment really is to say no, or is to suggest that we are excluding from consideration people who will be impacted by changes, if they are going to be changes that are substantial. We have got to get our messaging right, and that messaging has to be an inclusive one. It must not be adversarial, and it must not say that we are not listening to people who are affected by the changes simply because of their mode of transport. So it's completely sensible that we have someone, as Councillor Hyde has put up, who commutes by car, and someone who commutes by bicycle, who are outside the city, because our decision across the capital city affects so many workers who have to commute, whether they like it or not, into the City of Adelaide. We have a responsibility to people, working people, ordinary regular folk outside the city who don't have the luxury of choosing their means of transport the way people sometimes who may be retired and live in the city may. So this is eminently sensible, and I think that it really is a good thing for us to all to get behind this amendment and the motion in general.
Thank you. Councillor Snape?
I think it's almost laughable that you want to have a primary car driver as such on a cycling board. I understand the kind of the gist of most of your amendment, and I would certainly support having perhaps one cyclist who resides in the city and one cyclist who resides outside of the city. But having a person whose primary transport is by car on a cycling committee just doesn't seem right at all. And so I would ask Councillor Hard if he would consider an amendment to his amendment.
Thank you, members. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think the intent of this amendment, but also the documentation and all the work that's gone into this project is that we get all the stakeholders involved and essentially get all the stakeholders buy-in, because as we've seen in the past, this project or the bikeways projects have been sensitive. They have in times fallen apart, and so to get all the stakeholders around one table to have those discussions, but also at the end of the day, get all the road users, regardless of whether if you walk, regardless of whether if you drive, whether if you catch public transport, and I guess that's why we've got the Department of Infrastructure and Transport there. So regardless of how you use the roads and how you commute, whether if it's inside the city or in and out of the city, you want those voices around the table, because the more voices you've got around the table, better decision making you've got.
Thank you. Councillor Moran?
Well, I'm not sure about more voices around the table leads to better decision making. Look, we had our chance to do this council, and we didn't do it. We didn't achieve it. Having one person that drives a car into town is just ridiculous. You've got the RAA, I believe you've got the Property Council. I'm sure they will amply represent car drivers. I mean, this is just absolute silliness. You can get all the people around the table all the time, and you still have to overcome the fact that business owners don't particularly like bike paths past their businesses. And Helen has explained to us very succinctly that eventually they actually like having it, as the Great Rooftop Hotel or John Colshaw's. It does become a benefit, but you won't achieve it by this nonsense. I would have voted for the untampered with motion, but Councillor Hyde's amendment clearly points out the futility of doing this. Hopefully the next council that will have people that actually live and work and commute in the city will be able to, as the council prior to this, get us to a stage where we can get some sort of bike network. But why waste these people's time? Not one car driver represents other car drivers, the RAA does, but to have just one person, I'll go on I drive my car, it doesn't mean I'm an expert on driving cars in the city or bike lanes. This is a nonsense, and its heart's not in the right place. I would have said it was until I saw the amendment. The heart's not in the right place. This council has clearly shown that it's car-centric, with the crazy idea of, what was it, car month or something. There's no goodwill in this, and sadly for Helen, this council has not fulfilled the desires of the previous council to set up a bike network of separated bike lanes. There's no goodwill in this council towards bike lanes, and you've shown that over and over again.
Councillor Knoll?
Well, I mean, I speak certainly in favour of the amendments, etc. And I take it to these points. One, in these years, these last few terms of council, we've had all this adversarial and also these difficult, contradictory needs from the community. I really applaud the administration for taking that long-term view of how do we support genuine change, genuine improvements that take into consideration the issues we have. We don't need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars putting plans forward for a network without actually asking the people that it affects whether it's supported or whether they have a detriment by it. So doing this and bringing together people, it's not about them deciding on our behalf. This is about a group of people who have either skill sets and are representative of communities so that they're able to put in their views. And of course, when you're talking about community representatives, we have an obligation to the people that live outside the city, because in all of it, even including our representational reviews, to take into consideration people's views outside our city. Why? Because we're a capital city. And if we want success, you achieve that by bringing the voices together, considering all the various conflicting needs, seeing how you can create that path through there, but also doing it in an incremental way by saying what are the most important, which the administration are doing. I really have to say I'm so pleased by the way that they've been working with this, and I really greatly appreciate that. But so that we are doing all the right things first. The biggest concern for people outside the city is coming in the city. I've talked to enough cyclists within the city. They're quite happy with the bike lanes that we have because we are accustomed to them. And I say we because I use every opportunity I can to cycle in here, because I too wish to make sure that I am considering this correctly. But the biggest problem for people outside the city is that they have a bit of a greater fear because of the city itself, and how do we bring them closer? So far we have only the commuters coming in, and it's mainly around workers workers, etc., not for all the other reasons, but we also need to consider all those other reasons. There's no use making bikeways and whatever else for people to destinations that don't exist yet. So we need to know why you're coming to the city, how can we bring you there easier, and then create those networks and connections that we can do that. And I think this is really a fabulous way to now start to get a genuine input of people who have the interests of those various communities so that we can all talk towards that. And I think I think that takes that adversarial component out. It at least enables us to ask questions of all the various stakeholders so that they can actually come in. And I think if we're doing that sort of thing, we won't need to have too many arguments in this chamber about who's representing whom or whatever. We'll have people just give us their various opinions and in very many cases, very educated opinions to help inform us, because at the end of the day, we have to make the decision. And we've seen what it is. You make a council, just 15 seconds more.
Members, thank you.
I mean, we've had deliberative committees and all the rest of it, only to find ourselves arguing in the last chamber again. So this is all about getting information, enabling us to discern it, and enabling us to make those decisions, having considered it, and really making incremental change for the benefit of the cyclist, while not killing off all the rest of the other means of transport into the city.
Thank you, Councillor. Members? Councillor Donovan?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Regardless of the intent of this amendment, I'm quite happy to support it, because ultimately one of the key aims of installing the separated cycle network is, of course, mode shift. So we are aiming to get people who are currently using cars, who would prefer and who would choose to otherwise get on their bike if they had the opportunity for safe, connected travel. So by having someone who currently uses the car as their primary mode of transport, who would otherwise choose to ride if they were able to, is quite acceptable regardless of the intent.
Councillor Kouros?
I absolutely agree with Councillor Donovan, and that was exactly what I was going to say. I mean, we're going to sit here, and it is a working group, not a board, and it's a group of people that come together with different views to be able to do something constructive. We haven't achieved anything in the past. We've gone from ripping up Sturt Street to doing a gold-plated version on Frome Road to please the people on the street, to actually instilling fear in the east-west bikeway for people on the street not wanting a bikeway there. So we've actually, through this council, we've actually created a negative response over the many, many years, not just this term of council. It's been a long time with this council. So having this working group, whoever it may be, if it's someone that drives a car, could eventually come to the party and have an understanding of how the bike network would work and what their views are. I think it will be very informative for administration to receive that information. We haven't done well in our consultation in the past. So I think that this is a great step forward to be able to get some results.
Members, I'll go back to Councillor Hyde to sum up.
Only that it's totally not lost on me that your average Joe Blow car commuter motorist is probably not going to be interested in participating in this anyway, and of course it probably will be a cyclist, and of course there are many, many cyclists who do drive as their primary mode of transport because they're in that 60% of the people who would like to but don't feel safe enough to. So well, that's not lost on me, but it is just about ensuring that we've got multiple perspectives around the table. And for example, the RAA sounds good in theory, Royal Automobile Association, but in actual fact, the RAA constantly advocate for lower speed limits. And I understand. Well, look, if you want to know where the honey is, follow the bees. And the RAA is an insurance company. Insurance companies benefit from there being less damage to cars, and that means people should go slower. Does that mean motorists will get from A to B quicker? No, it might mean that they get there safer. But of course, there's a proportional relationship between how fast you're going and how damaged your car is. Or the risk to life. So, because I've only ever seen the RAA advocate for lower speed limits, I don't actually see them advocating for motorists so much. They might pop up every now and again and complain about a traffic jam or what have you. Well, it's in the motion, Lord Mayor. I'm explaining why I think it's important to have another motorist around the table, because I don't actually necessarily think the RAA are representative of the vast bulk of them. They're an insurance company and they turn a profit. Regarding Property Council and whether or not they'll advocate for motorists, look, certainly there are some loose alignments between accessibility to the city from the vast majority of South Australians, i.e. motorists, and their the people that they represent. But again, it's not necessarily a fait accompli. Lots of landlords and property owners would love to have separated bikeways in front of their property so that they can have the greening that goes along with it. And we saw that with the East-West, of course, and Franklin Street. They were clamouring for it because they thought they were going to get greening. Instead, what we went to offer them were hideous temporary flexi poles, which of course the City of Melbourne found to be unsafe anyway, but that's a whole other story, Lord Mayor. Long story, they weren't going to get the greening. And of course we understand the hotels on Frome, well, hotels don't need car parking, do they? They need a pick-up and drop-off point, which was negotiated with Majestic, and they got that. And so, of course, they'll be happy with that. As for on-street car parking, couldn't really give a stuff. So, you know, there are many different stakeholders and many different interests to represent. This ensures that we do have a diversity of those views. And I think it'll go a long way to bringing people back together after the division of the last term of council, where the business owners were scared, shaking in their beds at night because the East-West Bikeway was going to come and destroy their outdoor dining and their car parking. And there are, of course, elements of truth in that, and there are elements of truth in acknowledging the fact that it was councillors that went and stoked those fears and divisions. And now it is incumbent upon us to bring people back together, to unify them in pursuit of a common purpose, which is moving large volumes of people into and out of the CBD.
Members, to the vote, those in favour?
Is this the amendment?
This is the amendment. Yep, those in favour, sorry. Those against? That is carried.
Division.
Those members voting in favour of the amendment, please rise and remain standing until all names have been declared. Thank you.
Councillor Kouros, Councillor Khera, Councillor Ho, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan and the Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That now becomes, that's declared in favour. That now becomes the substantive. Are there any other speakers? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Knoll to sum up.
Well, I think we've covered it all to that degree, and you know, do appreciate all the various points of view, and that, I mean, this is important. We are setting a strategy for the future, and this is how you do that, and by bringing the various parties together and also considering the issues so that you're able to navigate a considered path over a longer period that will actually deliver those outcomes you're looking for. And in the course of doing that, you'll know you're doing it right when more people are coming in and using those facilities and those bikeways, etc., that you are enabling them, and that connection. And I think, you know, success will show itself.
Members, to the vote, those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Sorry, members, could I just take the vote again? Because I think I just didn't get all the hands. Sorry, those in favour? Those against?
Hang on. What are we voting on, the amendment or the substantive?
This is the substantive.
So the amendment's the substantive?
Correct.
Yeah,
the amendment is the substantive.
Yep.
Sorry, members, those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you.
Happily. Wonderful.
Those members voting in favour of the motion as amended, please rise and remain standing until all names have been clarified. Thank you.
Councillor Mackie, Councillor Kouros, Councillor Khera, Councillor Ho, Councillor Snape, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan and Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That is declared in favour. Members, we now actually have to appoint 2 council members to the working group for the current term of office, and I look for nominations.
Nominate Councillors Kouros and Knoll.
Councillor Couros, do you accept the nomination? Councillor Knoll, do you accept the nomination? Are there any other nominations? Councillor Snape?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Donovan.
Councillor Donovan, do you accept the nomination?
No, I don't.
Are there any other nominations? If not, could I have a motion to appoint Councillor Couros and Councillor Knoll? Thank you. Councillor Hyde, and a seconder. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. If we can go to the vote. There's no other comment to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Members, that takes us now to 10.7, which is the Main Street Master Plan update, and I'll look for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Hyde, and a seconder, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak to it? Deputy Lord Mayor? Members? Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The project overview page at 167 notes that there was a motion in the first month of the council back in February 2019 and a budget allocation of $370,000 for the development of master plans for Melbourne Street and O'Connell Street, and I seem to remember that immediately Councillor Hyde said, I'll have one of those too. $138,000 of that is just around about a third of the money, has been spent on a couple of studies on traffic movement, and then there's been a pull together here for our papers of just about every piece of research that council and previous state governments have done since not the last council but the one before that. It's an impressive document, but we still have no master plans. We are here with less than 12 months of this council to go, with what looked like a plan at the beginning of the term of that council for master plans, and at the end of it, it's looking like we don't have any. In fact, the documents present the primary goal as detailed at page 167, public space improvement at 2025 to 2028. All we have for O'Connell Street, for example, is at page 170, and for the other precincts, the drafting of goals, objectives and timelines between now and 2024. So that's halfway through the term of the next council. Then, as I said, phased actual improvements, and I'm guessing in the public realm, according to the documents, in 2025 to 2028. And I ask myself why. Is it because this council is as dysfunctional as we keep hearing and reading, and about to get more dysfunctional, I'm told? Is it because we're broke, or is it for some other reason? Because it is a matter of concern in the precincts. I am hearing from traders that we should retitle our so-called master planning and revitalisation as Main Street procrastination, because they're not seeing any change. They're not seeing any change. They're seeing fairy lights, Lord Mayor, lots of fairy lights and mannequins, but there's no Main Street improvement plan. And I just wonder, is it unreasonable for them to accuse us, having had almost 3 years to do something, to have done nothing about Main Street master plans?
Councillor Kerr.
Lord Mayor, I rise simply to address the slander that Councillor Martin has just enunciated against the council. This council is not dysfunctional. In fact, it's ironic because a third-party independent report found that if there's any dysfunction, the principal cause was Councillor Martin. That was the finding of the third-party report, number one. Number two, the council is not broke. The council is not broke. This council has delivered for the first time in years, that includes the terms in which Councillor Martin sat, a balanced budget. It is the first time we have delivered a balanced budget. It's sad that I have to rise to address this, because it's stuff we all know, but it's stuff that Councillor Martin seeks to insinuate every single meeting into matters that are completely unrelated. It is a slur on the council, it's a slur on the hard-working administration, and I will not tolerate it.
Oh, dear.
Members? Deputy Lord Mayor, then Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would just like to emphasise on the master planning process. It is one that does take a while because we are quite thorough with it, and I would like to commend our staff for giving us the documents, the thorough documents, which contains not only design principles, but there is so much research and data, whether if it's around how the daytime trading and the nighttime trading works on particular main streets, whether it's around lighting, whether it's around pedestrians, cycling or vehicle movements, whether if it's the tenancy mix. There is so much data included in this, and I just don't think that some members here in this chamber appreciate the amount of work and the complexity behind these master plans. You don't just look at a car and think, the car's built overnight, it's just put together. Well, no, there is a lot of design work that goes into it, there's a lot of research that goes into it, and then by the time it's fabricated, it takes time. So I don't think it's fair that certain members stand here tonight and say that we've done nothing and we've been procrastinating, because that's certainly not the case. The document itself is very thorough, very detailed, and it speaks for itself, and I do commend the work of administration and the recommendation that we have before us.
Councillor Knoll.
I mean, going through this very, very detailed document, and thank you to Councillor Abrahimzadeh for articulating that also. When we're trying to create change, we're doing this for the benefit of the streets, the businesses that are on the streets, and the communities that live around there, because we're trying to reflect what each of them are, and each of them are different and unique. So the objective here is not just to impose, which has been sort of a case before, where you come along with an idea, you do the diagrams, you do all that stuff, and then you tell people, this is what we're doing for you. That's not the way this should work. I can also point out to the round tables that the Lord Mayor has been having with the various main streets, etc. This is about engaging the people that are going to benefit, but also understanding what is that the intelligence on the street, what is that happens on the street, so that whatever we're doing, we're now adding value to that. We're going to do infrastructure and changes that are sympathetic to their needs, and start to create recreate those communities along the way that are so important to make this city a unique destination. But it's a unique destination for each one of those streets, each one of those infrastructures, that we are enhancing what's there, enabling businesses to understand the opportunities there that relate to that style of business around there. I note a number of times the lament around the lack of local businesses, from butchers to greengrocers and things like that. But those things are very unique, and it requires a certain critical mass, requires a lot of different things to make those sort of businesses viable within the current context of how people do their, live their lives and do their shopping. So all of these things need to be taken into consideration, so that we are enhancing what is there and bringing it to a point so that people understand at which point I can take a risk to put a business there, or to locate there for whatever the reason. So I think this approach, which is very considered, and it's not about a 10-minute solution, and certainly I don't think $5, 10, 20, $30 million that is going to be spent, something we can decide ad hoc in one council term. This is an ongoing improvement, because the changes we're trying to enlist are going to be generational, and those things need to be set into train, considering the people that are there, and then enhancing what is happening, but also giving certainty to businesses who need a 5 to 10 year window for when they're making a decision and taking a risk, that they can see where we are going, what we are painting for them, considering the various inputs from all the stakeholders that are going to benefit from that. And I think that's where we really need to be understanding that we are making long-term type decisions through a good, sound business practice. And I think that's fabulous, and I'd like to thank administration for taking that approach.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moran?
Yes, well, we're certainly taking a long-term vision, as Councillor Knoll said. It's certainly not a 10-minute one. I'll just go through the main streets. The last thing done in Hutt Street was the clock by Bert Taylor, where he used his councillor discretion fund of $45,000 That must be over 20 years ago. The last thing done in O'Connell Street were the tram poles down the middle of the street. That was done by a council in about 1996. Then there were some banners that were put up in 2001. Nothing else has happened in O'Connell Street since then. Melbourne Street had some artwork, very attractive artwork with seats. I think that was the last thing that was done. That's well over 10 years ago. I mean, it's all very well to, and I'm certainly not criticising the administration. Their job is to put reports up, good, solid reports up, that council actions and budgets for. None of our main streets have had a thing done to them for decades. Now, I can say that because I've been here decades. Nothing's happened. If a business needs a 5 to 10 year lead up to work whether they move their businesses there, they're not a very good business. They need a bit of a shorter scan than that. There has been nothing done in Hutt Street, O'Connell Street, Melbourne Street. The only thing that we did in Grote Street was when we removed all the flags down King William Street, and then we decided to put them in Grote Street. Nothing else has happened there. Ron Danvers did a lovely job in Goodger Street, also decades ago. So there's no disrespect to the administration. All they can do is churn out information, suggestions. It's the dysfunctional councils that have done nothing about it. How many times have we repaved Moonta Street? And we always can do something wrong. So master plans are all very well. These aren't master plans, but they're very interesting bodies of work, as Sir Humphrey Appleby would say. And to quote another one, the operation went beautifully. Oh, the information was fabulous. The patient died, though. And that's what's happening in O'Connell Street and Melbourne Street and Hutt Street while we fiddle while Rome burns.
Councillor Couros.
I am just in shock. Yes, it has been here for decades, and yet the motion for a master plan only came through this term of council by Councillor Martin. Had plenty of opportunity to start implementing planning for these streets. And as a trader on Melbourne Street and O'Connell Street, it is frustrating that nothing has been done, not for the last 3 years, for the last 20 years. No consideration from this council at all. This council is only as good as your councillors. So if your councillors don't give direction to administration, then what do you expect? You expect nothing. That's what we got for the last 20 years. No vision, no work, no nothing, because of councillors, not from administration. The work that administration have done has been great, because it has identified that Melbourne Street and O'Connell Street, and I talk about those two streets because I'm on those streets, have lost their identity because of lack of vision from these councillors. There's been no passion given to North Ward councillors, or I should say an area councillor that lives in the North Ward, to these main streets. Because that is the reason why
we have moved many a master plan. That is rude.
Because as a trader on this street, there was no consideration given.
Turn their microphones off. Please sit down. Thank you. Councillor Couros, please continue.
So the reason why I ran for council, Lord Mayor, is because there was no consideration given by my North Ward councillor in the past at all in regards to the main streets.
No, I object to that. Yeah, she does not know that.
Councillor Martin. Councillor Moran, you yourself just said that 2 minutes ago. Councillor Couros, please continue.
I've never been in a dominant faction.
You are probably not.
Councillor Moran, please stop interrupting. Councillor Couros, finish what you're saying.
So it's really important that we start from somewhere. It's been a blank canvas. So if you read the report, you can see that we're starting to identify what the street is, who comes there, what is lacking, and the roundtables discussion have proven very helpful in that vision. So I guess this is a step forward in the right direction. Would I like to see it happen faster? Yes. Would it be something that I'd be keeping a close eye on? Yes. Would it be something that I hope that we can achieve much quicker than it's planned? I hope so. But Councillor Moran.
Councillor Moran, stop interrupting, please.
Exactly.
Come on, members.
So we are in a space where hopefully that we can move a little bit faster than what we have in the past. Lord Mayor, Councillor Moran just asked when are we going to get rid of you, so there is disrespect in the chamber.
I didn't hear myself say that.
I actually heard you say that, Councillor Moran. I think it's actually been recorded as well. Councillor Martin, I'm assuming this is a question.
Personal explanation, if I may, Lord Mayor. It's been
No, there's no personal explanation required because nobody has called a point of order. So please, please sit down.
A point of order?
No, I'm sorry. You can't call a point of order on yourself.
No.
Sit down, thank you, Councillor Martin. Are there any other speakers to this item before us, before I go back to the mover? I will actually just add from my own position. I just want to say thank you to the administration. There has been a lot of work done in the last 2 years, and we have actually worked alongside those businesses, the residents, the property owners, the police, the licensing commissioner, the youth and counter youth in Hindley Street. We've brought in the various stakeholders in each of these streets because each of these streets has a different personality and different characteristics. We've worked through visioning for each of them that has been agreed by those at the tables. So this is coming from the community, not being done to the community. And I also believe that once we approve the draft master plan and the following plans will be developed, that these will appear in our business plan and budget processes from January onwards. So there is a clear focus by this council to invest in our main streets going forward, a clear desire by this council to make sure that we are going to reinvest in our main streets and work alongside our stakeholders. I do also want to thank the group led by, I don't think she's here, but Chrissy, the group led by Noni with the team, having the single points of contact which started at the beginning of the year have made the absolute difference to the way that we're communicating with all of those groups. They have looked at improvements on all of those streets. They have looked at activations focused on marketing, and they are testing and trialling things that will come through in our master plans so that we can see if they work, such as the footpath extensions in Hindley Street, which is part of the master plan process. It also allows us to have the conversations once these are approved with other levels of government for investment into those streets, and I look forward to those conversations over the next 12 months as well. With that, I'll go to Councillor Hyde to sum up. Councillor Hyde.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I appreciate Councillor Moran's summary of what's happened in the past, although establishing a causal relationship between the tenure of members and that lack of action is too low-hanging fruit even for me. But I would suggest that I do share the frustration that Councillor Martin has described. But I also am still very well aware of your work, Lord Mayor, and the work of our administration, and the work of Councillor Kouros in particular. And I've been following it actively over the course of its life through the action plans and your roundtables and what have you, including the West End Reference Group, I think was the work. Which is so successful that it's actually disbanded, but its foundational work is here in these reports that we're noting. I do think we need to speed up a little bit, that's fair to say. And the impetus for speeding up is because, as was outlined, nothing's happened. there has been such a dearth of any sort of consideration for economic development within the City of Adelaide for such a very, very long time, Lord Mayor, and it's incumbent upon us now to look to rectify that. I mean, that's the intent behind the Economic Development Agency too. Of course, remember, we've moved our economic development functions out of the council because we had such limited faith at times in ourselves to actually focus on economic development that we've had to give it to a skills-based board to do it. That's the situation that we've had for the past 30 years. And this looks to, in a community, cultural and as well an infrastructure sense, rectify that lack of attention for our main streets. But I am reminded that there hasn't been complete inaction. And of course we would remember Councillor Kouros brought the motion that activated the 88 O'Connell Street site and allowed for car parking there alongside that activation, which has been a huge benefit to traders. And as well, we can see that when that happened, which was quite early on in the council's term, that then led to things like Van Gogh. There'd be no Van Gogh without Mary Kouros. It's important to remember that. It's important to remember that. Things as well, Lord Mayor, and councillors jibe about singing and dancing. But I'd much rather have singing and dancing on our main streets than no activity whatsoever. And that's what the status quo was before the singing and dancing. Fairy lights, Lord Mayor, yes, they are just fairy lights, but they actually make a huge difference to what a streetscape looks like. If I may have just a minute more, Lord Mayor.
Members.
I may not use it all.
Thank you.
They actually make a huge difference to what a streetscape looks like. And so I really want to invite councillors to work with myself, to work with Councillor Kouros, to work with you, Lord Mayor, because if we do all share a passion about main streets, then we should be working together. We should be singing from the same songbook on them, because I do share the frustration around the speed and gusto or lack thereof with which we're approaching this. But instead of getting down in the mud and running our administration down, insulting them, belittling them, humiliating them.
That's enough. Thank you, Councillor.
Well, no. This is educational. This is educational. Instead of doing that,
nobody has done that.
Well, they have actually done that. They have actually done that, and they do it every time. And if they can't realise it, then they need to go back to that report that Councillor Kira referred to. Lord Mayor, I'm inviting councillors to work together on main streets. If there is a unified passion for supporting our main street precincts, for supporting our businesses, for seeing them reinvigorated and revitalised, then pick up the phone. Work together on these things, because I think we are actually all on the same page on them. So I implore councillors, please work together.
Members, we're going to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Division's been called.
Those members voting in favour of the motion, please rise and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Mackie, Councillor Kouros, Councillor Khera, Councillor Ho, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan and the Deputy Lord Mayor.
That is carried. That takes us, members, to 10.10, which is the Brown Hill Keswick Creek Stormwater Project. And I'll look for a mover. Councillor Donovan.
Lord Mayor, I'd just like to declare a material conflict of interest as I am on the Stormwater Management Authority, so I will leave.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, I'll look for a mover. Councillor Moran, are you moving? Yes. Deputy Lord Mayor, would you mind turning Councillor Donovan's microphone on? Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, just had to wait for Councillor Donovan to leave. Councillor Moran, you were moving?
I moved.
Thank you. I'll look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Mackie. Councillor Moran, did you wish to speak?
No, I don't.
Councillor Mackie, do you wish to speak? Reserve your right. Members, Councillor Snape, did you wish to speak?
I just have a few concerns around the removal of 11 trees within the alternate design. So could administration just give us some feedback as to the height and state of the trees involved? Thank you.
Thank you. CEO?
Thank you through the presiding member, as detailed in the CEO undertaking, and none of those trees exceed 10 metres in height. And Mr Devonish will be able to expand on that for you. Thank you.
Okay, so I do welcome the design plans to plant over 120 new trees in Victoria Park and the additional 100 trees in the Blue Gum Park. You know, it is my general sense that we should resist removing trees where it's possible. However, because of the amount of trees being planted, I will reluctantly support the report.
Thank you, members. If not, I'll go to Councillor Moran to sum up. Members to the vote, those in favour, those against. Could I have that recorded as unanimous, please? Thank you, members. Just wait for Councillor Donovan to return. Thank you, members. That takes us to 10.13, and which is the Prudential Management Policy. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Hyde. Councillor Martin, will you say?
I have an alternative, sorry, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde.
One which was just worked over with administration, so it should be in the council business team.
Should be in the what?
How come we didn't get it?
Email error.
Stop that.
Just one moment, please. So,
sorry, there's a new
docs, notes. So point number 5 from the original. Sorry, I'm just checking. Point number 5, which is noting the feedback from audit and risk, is no longer there. Was that on purpose?
Yes, that was on purpose.
So to delete the original point 5?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I'll look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This brings into action something which has been discussed previously in the council chamber, and that is about the total quantum of the CEO's delegation to execute contracts. Now, that is not at all a reflection on the current CEO. It's not actually about the people, it's actually about policy. And when we think about policy and CEO delegations, I think of the $4 million delegation which existed when I first came here, which I thought sounded like a lot of money, but as a new councillor, I think, oh, well, maybe we'll see what happens. Of course, $4 million is what state ministers have under their delegation, and they deal with budgets well into the billions. Ours barely nudges $250 million, and it's become apparent that I think it is a bit too high. And as well, we'll cast our mind back to the Quinton Kenahan inclusive play space, and when that matter came up at council to execute a contract over the value of $1 million, because you'd recall, Lord Mayor, that we dropped the value to $1 million as a COVID expenditure framework measure. And that came in alongside another infrastructure project being I think it was Rundle Park infrastructure improvements. And both of those projects had blown out, and the blowouts ended up topping $1 million. But had we not changed the CEO delegation to $1 million from $4 million, those would never have come to the council chamber. Those things could have been rectified. And that's not to say the administration is attempting to hide them or anything, but it's just saying they would not have been brought to our attention. And I think that's wrong. I think those sorts of things should be brought to the council's attention. And I think when our budget is in the region of $240 million a year, Lord Mayor, this council actually can be making the decisions for $2 million and above, and the execution of those contracts, pursuant to the rest of the procurement policy. So that's what this does at 2. I did remove the final point about the consultants' reports. I understand the administration has an antipathy to reporting on how much and to what degree we engage consultants. I think it's still an important thing to be published publicly in the Audit Committee's papers so that interested parties, members of the Fourth Estate and what have you, and councillors can pore over those to see which consultants we're engaging, why we're engaging those consultants, and the degree and funding which we're committing to those engagements. I still think that's very important, and that certainly wasn't my feedback at Audit Committee. But very, very simple. It's been discussed with the administration beforehand, and I just want to stress that this is not at all a reflection on the Chief Executive Officer. This is just about good policy and good decision making for the council.
Councillor Knoll, did you wish to speak? Members? Anybody else like to speak? Councillor Martin?
Lord Mayor, look, it would have been good to have had some previous advice of the $2 million limit to the authority for the CEO to act in procurement policy. Having it introduced on the fly reminds me of what happened on the 13th of April, when in fact the council was invited to implement a policy that all engagements of consultants that are of a greater value than $10,000 are recorded and provided to the Audit Committee quarterly, and that the report will include, for each record, the name of the consultant, the dollar value, the purpose of the engagement, the team or department, the contracts approving officer, whether the work was openly tendered or not. And that motion on the fly was subsequently greeted by the Audit Committee with the view that it had no value or relevance. Now, the mover of that motion was Councillor Hyde. He moved it on the fly. He's moving this on the fly as well. And not only that, and it's the height of arrogance, in fact it may even be a conflict, he has removed from the recommendation of the administration, which was born of the Audit Committee itself saying, Councillor Hyde, this is irrelevant, it's of no value at all. He has removed it. He's taken it out and it's no longer there. So he's going to reimpose on the administration and reimpose on the Audit Committee, which does not want it. The Audit Committee, an independent group of financial experts examining our finances, he is saying to them, tough guys, I want it back in. This is the problem with this dysfunctional council. This is the sort of thing that makes us a laughing stock, not only with our ratepayers, but with our Audit Committee. And you know what? The ratepayers and electors of the City of Adelaide will be burdened with this cost for no reason whatsoever. No reason that the Audit Committee can see. And look, I say to the City, this may well be something that the ratepayers of at least the electors of Waite should consider. This is the kind of decision making they're going to get from this councillor. It is absurd. And if this fails, and Lord Mayor, it should fail, if this fails, I will move to reinstate the original recommendation of the administration and the Audit Committee that Councillor Hyde has introduced an irrelevant and wasteful condition that has no worth to this organisation. Now, support this if you will, but you are supporting something that our own Audit Committee thinks is a joke.
Members? If there's no other speaker, I'll go back to Councillor Hyde to sum up.
I'm a fan of the theatre. The theatre is sadly all we've got with that. Look, if Councillor Martin doesn't want to know where ratepayer dollars are being spent and for what purpose, I mean, it's very out of character. Very out of character. And I would hate to think that personality is getting in the way of good policy with that. The reason it went to Audit Committee was because of discussions with the administration, because they didn't want to clog up the agenda, because the agenda is littered with superfluous and irrelevant motions from, well, we all know who from. But Lord Mayor, also because I think there was a little smidgen of hope that the Audit Committee papers are a little bit further out of reach from some, but of course I know most councillors trawl through them, as do the media as well, because they're very interested to know where we're spending our $5 million per annum budget on consultants. And that's about what the budget is, Lord Mayor. And let's remember that only recently, wasn't there $250,000 that was splurged on the East-West Bikeway? Consultants engaged under delegation without approval of council to deliver a project which the Prudential report, also done by a consultant, called dangerous and at risk of not being delivered within its budget and within its parameters, within its time frame. That's what I'm trying to cast a light onto, Lord Mayor, the decision-making process and business practices that lead to spending $250,000 on 8 different consultants for a project that wasn't worth the paper it was written on in the end. That's what I want to know and understand, and if the Audit Committee don't, or the independent members of the Audit Committee don't, well, that's a matter for them. But it's actually up to Council to tell the Audit Committee what it would like them to look at. For example, this council decided to engage its Audit Committee to look at various matters pertaining to historical deficits and infrastructure waves coming, infrastructure spending waves coming, things which were not seen during Councillor Martin's tenure on the Audit Committee, but were seen thereafter. So it's important to remember those things as well. The Audit Committee looks at what we ask it to look at. And if councillors believe that a $5 million per annum budget on consultants is worth looking at, which I believe it is, then they'll support this motion. If they don't want to know what that money is being spent on and why, then they'll vote against this motion. It's quite simple, Lord Mayor. If councillors do not want to see what is spent, what contracts are engaged in, over $2 million, then they will vote this motion down. But if they do want to know and have some scrutiny over procurement, then they will vote for this motion. It's quite simple. It's about transparency. It's about spending ratepayer dollars wisely. And so I really urge Councillor Martin to rethink his position and vote in accordance with how he would usually vote, which is for transparency and in order to scrutinise the administration and make sure we're holding them account, because that is a primary pillar of our role, Lord Mayor.
Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried.
Division, please.
A division has been called on the motion. Those members voting in favour, please rise and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Couros, Councillor Kara, Councillor Ho, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Knoll and Deputy Lord Mayor.
Members, that takes us to 10.14, which is the 2022-2023 Business Plan and Budget Parameters and Assumptions, and I'll look for a mover. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Deputy Lord Mayor, did you wish to speak? Councillor Knoll. Members. Councillor Martin.
Look, I urge members not to support this. The fundamental of this document is that it promises a revaluation of 5% in addition to any other valuation on residential properties in the City of Adelaide in the coming financial year. 5%. Now, by leaving the rate in the dollar at the current level, as is proposed, and increasing valuations by 5%, rates will go up. They will go up. That's the headline. Rates are going up in the City of Adelaide if you endorse this. But what's especially unpalatable about this 5% increase in valuations is that it's to be applied only to residential ratepayers. That is to say, business ratepayers, some of whom sit in this room, will not receive any revaluation of 5%, and only our residents will be slugged. Now, this increase of 5%, secondly, is almost double the recently published CPI for the City of Adelaide. And thirdly, it follows hot on the heels of another punishment for some of our ratepayers when the team on the 13th of April ripped the pensioner and self-funded retiree rebate for people who can't afford to do without it. That just went as well. So in 2021-22, there will be a 5% increase in rates, and self-funded retirees and pensioners have lost their rebate. That's a terrible, terrible headline, and it's a bad story. And it's rate hikes like this that is more than the consumer price index that brought on the talk of rate capping by governments. Now, I don't need to tell you, we're about to face a state election, and I hope that it revives interest in rate capping, because the City of Adelaide has great enthusiasm, it seems, for rate increases if we all support this document. Now, the worst of this is that it's only the beginning, in my view. I believe that a long-term financial plan, the one that Councillor Kira says is delivering all kinds of things, is not accurate. It's my view it's not accurate, because it has moved from the long-term financial plan and the asset list great sums of money. So it distorts, in my view, the total picture. Now, this financial quagmire is, it seems, going to be topped by pain for residents. I just ask that our colleagues are mindful that this is a punishment they will deal to 80% of the ratepayers in the City of Adelaide.
Members? Councillor Hyde?
Just a question, Lord Mayor. Could the administration just elucidate me as to the relationship between the valuation itself and the rate that's charged? Because my understanding is that we do we have a different rating system to, I think, pretty much every other council in South Australia, and it's actually predicated on rent value, market rent value, MRV, not residential.
CEO?
Thank you through the presiding member. That is correct. It's based on assessed rental value.
And so when I read it, I thought we were talking about sort of capital value. Is it my understanding, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but are we now talking about putting the market rental value, reassessing that, and putting that up by 5%?
CEO.
Thank you through the presiding member. That is correct. Grace, did you want to add any further clarity, please?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, so that increase would be applied to the AAV, the annual assessed value that we use, and that would be what we form the basis of our valuations on, and that's based on the tenancy information that we're provided directly from the residents.
Well then, Lord Mayor, I'd like to move that we defer this item to the next council meeting.
Councillor Moran has seconded that.
Do I get to speak to it?
Yes. Thank you, Councillor.
Quite simply, well, I've obviously misread that, and I think it's important that we adopt a principle, as we have previously, that we don't want to see rates increase at the City of Adelaide. I thank Councillor Martin for bringing it to our attention. Of course, instead of trying to write the newspaper article, if he had simply brought an alternative motion or, again, picked up the phone and worked with me, we could have had a unity ticket on this, Lord Mayor, but then again, there's trying to extract political pain and then there's trying to deliver an outcome for ratepayers. I think we need some time to look at this. I didn't see that in that light and in that context. When we saw this, of course, I know hindsight's 20/20. How should we be surprised that administration want to extract more dollars out of our ratepayers? That's just standard. It happens every year, and we should have been expecting it. Again, it reminds me of the 12 months ago when we did this, that we went for the surplus model. Of course, the April 13th delivered us a budget surplus without increasing rates, which just goes to show, Lord Mayor, that it can be done. It can be done if we take time to assess where we're at and work through all of the options and opportunities at our disposal. That's what we should be doing, and that's why I think we should defer until the next council meeting. And if that puts administration back a little bit, that's unfortunate. But if you ask a silly question, you get a silly answer.
Councillor Moran,
well, I
did you wish to
allow
speak
myself
to
of the unusual step of debating a procedural motion, but as it's been done, I will do it too. I am absolutely shocked that a councillor on this council who sat through 3 budgets has only just twigged that we rate on rental value. So if the lack of knowledge of the way we rate is so appalling in a group of councillors, I think we must defer this. And as for picking up the phone, I don't think certain councillors have ever picked up the phone, ever. So that is the pot calling the kettle black. But seriously, it needs to be shown to us how the blunt instrument of 5% has been added to the rental value of every property, residential property, because I think that would be highly unlikely during the COVID times that the rental value has gone up at all. As for writing newspaper articles, it does sound a little bit like we can still say we're freezing the rate in the dollar, but the rate's going up 5%. And I would say that nobody read their papers except Councillor Martin. Otherwise, they wouldn't have even countenanced this motion. But as I said, I am gobsmacked at the lack of knowledge of how this council runs by some councillors.
It's not a procedural motion, Councillor Moran. It's an amendment to defer. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Look, I support the motion to defer the matter. I think this is, it's important that we have time to reflect on this quite crucial fundamental issue. One of the backdrops to what's happening with rent rises is that they are linked to property rises, which are linked to extremely loose federal monetary policy in response to COVID. So what we have got is an extreme distortion in the interest rate, and that is due to federal, and it's going around the world, central banks printing money, and one of the direct consequences of this is asset price inflation. That means that houses have gone up in value, whereas real wages have not gone up correspondingly in value, and that means more people are driven to the rental market, which means the rental prices have gone up in value, and that means the cost of housing the cost of the roof of your head as a proportion of people's income has increased. These are the sorts of things I think we need to think very carefully about. There is, of course, the issue that there's rampant now that inflation is now feeding through the system. There are supply chain issues and there is inflation issues that are hitting the council's administration. They are hitting the council's bottom line, and they're going to hit harder over the next year. We can be assured of that. So there is stuff that is worth discussing and poring over before we make this decision. It should always be noted, it is the commercial sector, it is the small business sector who are hit the hardest by COVID, who are the ones who pay 80% of rates towards the City of Adelaide. That is something I think should change over time. But for all of these reasons, there is plenty for us to digest and talk about before going ahead with this. So I support the deferral.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I too am surprised that people don't understand the way in which rates are collected in this city. It has been known to all of us, I would have thought, for some time. And moreover, it has been known to most people in the room, and I'm not sure whether Councillor Moran was there, but we had a workshop on this. And there were slides, and the slides actually showed you what the percentage increase would be, how much revenue it would raise. Everyone here in this room sat around nodding, and now they express surprise when they're being asked to approve it. Now, this is not a problem of the administration's. It's a problem of comprehension among the elected members. You knew about it. You were told about it. We watched the slides. I can see councillors nodding as if they're surprised. Can I ask the administration, was this 5% increase presented in slides, in workshops, attended by these councillors?
Is that a rhetoric question, or would you actually like to answer?
That's a question.
CEO.
Thank you, through the presiding member. There was a workshop held. But from memory, sorry if I could just finish, Councillor
sorry.
But from memory, I can't confirm whether there was full quorum of all these members in the room attending that workshop.
No, but we had
Sorry, CEO. I have a point of order. How is this speaking to the motion? In other words, what is he on about?
What I'm on about is why it needs to be deferred.
Councillor Martin, please.
And can I just say, Lord Mayor, it is disrespectful in the extreme for a councillor to storm out of the room in protest because he hasn't had...
I don't think he stormed out of the room in protest,
Well,
Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin, your time is still going.
Second time
Could
tonight.
you continue, please?
However,
Are you speaking to the deferral?
Yes, it does. There you go. He's back again. Now, was that a storm out, or do you think he's gone?
No, I don't believe it was, Councillor Martin.
And what is he on about?
Lord Mayor,
Members.
this does need to be deferred, and I am speaking to the motion. This does need to be deferred because there's some disconnect. This information has been presented and considered by the councillors, and now they are all expressing surprise that they were just about to approve a rate increase. So that is good reason for us to suspend this. And I can see Councillor Kouros saying, oh, but she was the chair of the meeting. So Lord Mayor,
he's speaking on my behalf, and I actually haven't spoken at all what I understood and what I didn't understand.
Thank you, Councillor Kouros.
I think that's disrespectful from Councillor Martin. I would like an apology for him speaking on my behalf, because I have not spoken, and I think that's disrespectful. I haven't voted, I haven't spoken, I haven't done anything to that fact.
Thank you, Councillor Kouros.
Simply stonewalling, and if she feels that she hasn't been pulling faces, then I invite her to have a look at the tape. The tape will show exactly what her facial expressions are. But nevertheless, Lord Mayor, this is why this matter
Thank you,
needs
Councillor
to be
Martin.
deferred.
Your time is up. Councillor Knoll, please speak to the motion before you, which is the deferral.
And yeah, I mean, I appreciate the varying comments about the deferral, but we also have to, at this workshop that we were, most of us were there, the point is this: when we question about how administration works out the actual rates, etc., and it came down to the fact that we have an arbitrary number of which we call the valuation, which doesn't relate to the actual values. And I questioned that at the time, and also the rate that we charge varies according to what we have decided to achieve an outcome. So this deferral enables us to revisit that and maybe put some real numbers around something to which we are able to then adjust how we do this, so that there maybe is a hard number that we can work with, that we can rate against. So the deferral is all about that. And don't forget, this 5% is about the valuation. It's up to us still to say how much we want to charge and the rate in the dollar.
Members, if not, Councillor Hyde, would you like to sum up? Oh, I'm sorry, it's not you. Oh, yes, it is.
Just to highlight for Councillor Moran and Councillor Martin's benefit, 1.1 in the motion says this includes a review of residential revaluations. There's nothing in there about market, there's nothing in there about rent, hence why it wasn't necessarily picked up, but also just to diffuse some of the anxiety in the room. This is actually not a motion to put up rates. Councillors who have been here before would know that this is merely one of the first steps, actually, and I think it would only be the second or third step that we as a council take in working on the next annual business plan and budget, and it's actually merely to set parameters. And what we're saying by saying this should be deferred is saying, no, we would like to set different parameters in order to save the administration the hassle of having to unpick a whole heap of work further down the track. And if those councillors who are so incensed, Lord Mayor, at 1-1 in the motion, really wanted to remove it, they would have just voted against it or amended it or what have you. It didn't need to be a drawn-out, painful process, Lord Mayor, and I think some of the contributions were rather offensive and unnecessary. But such is the nature of the beast when people are more interested in jibing one another and scoring
Councillor,
political points.
we're talking to the deferral, please.
Working on policies for their community. But again, we come back to it, Lord Mayor. This is about setting budget parameters, and this is in order for us to ensure the administration doesn't go down a particular path to then be dragged back to the beginning and need to work on a new set of documents. Of course, everyone in this council understands that we shouldn't be putting up rates for residents or businesses at such a critical time in our economic recovery. Even if South Australia is experiencing record economic growth and the fastest growing economy in Australia, that doesn't mean...
Councillor, we're talking to a deferral. Could you please sum up?
With our economic settings at this point in time. And so I very much look forward to revisiting this in January, where we can all, again, sing from the same song.
Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. So that now becomes a substantive. I will go back, unless anybody else would like to speak to it, I'll go back to the Deputy Lord Mayor to sum up.
Yes,
Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried. Members, we've done the procedural on 10.17. We are looking for nominations of up to 2 council members, noting that Councillor Moran has indicated that she is interested in nominating, so I'll look to the floor for nominations, please. Thank you, Councillor Moran. You'll accept the nomination? Are there any other nominations from the floor? If not, Councillor Moran, I will need you, because it's a paid position, I'll just need you to declare your conflict of interest. No, it is a paid position, so a material conflict of interest. Members, I need someone to move that Councillor Moran be the nominee. Thank you, Councillor Martin. Seconded, Deputy Lord Mayor. Members, any speakers? If not, to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Thank you.
Division.
Those members voting in favour of the motion, please rise and remain standing until all names have been called. Thank you.
Councillor Mackie, Councillor Kerr, Councillor Ho, Councillor Snape, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Abrahimzadeh and Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Eddie, could you please ask Councillor Moran to come back in? That takes us to 10.18, which is the Stormwater Management Authority. We've done the procedural. Again, it's nomination of up to 2 council members or staff members, and I'll look to the floor for nominations. Councillor Hyde?
Nominate Councillor Abrahimzadeh.
Deputy Lord Mayor, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations from the floor? Councillor Martin?
I nominate Councillor Donovan. No?
Councillor Donovan, do you accept the nomination? Members, are there any other nominations from the floor? If not, as it's remunerated, I need you to state conflict of interest.
I will declare a material conflict of interest and I'll vacate the room.
Thank you very much. Members, if I could have a mover for the Deputy Lord Mayor to be the nominated council member. Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Seconded, Councillor Kouros. Any discussion? If not, back to the move to sum up. Councillor Hyde. Members to the vote. Those in favour. Those against. That is carried. Yes, Councillor Hyde?
I have an alternate for study.
Okay, sorry, I hadn't called it yet. I was just actually waiting for the Deputy Lord Mayor to come back in. Members, that takes us to 10.19, which is the Study Adelaide Board. Councillor Hyde.
Yes, I have an alternate motion.
Hang on, we dealt with this.
No, we did the
No, it was called
procedural, so this is... Sorry, it was called... I haven't done the procedural, it was called out by Councillor Couros. Sorry, Councillor.
Do we have a seconder? Sorry.
Alternate motion, and I look for a seconder. Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Obviously, my tenure on the Study Adelaide Board has concluded recently, per the report. This motion is because I believe that the board itself could actually be served best by a stakeholder from within the city who is very much plugged into these industries and sectors. Certainly over the last time that I've been on the board has been primarily during the pandemic, and I think it would be a very good move for us. Because of that, restrictions on travel has greatly impacted the industry in international education. But on the flip side as well, it's actually impacted a lot of our stakeholders within the city, Lord Mayor, and the inability to get skilled labour into the country, the inability or the lack thereof of having international student graduates coming through the system that are here and in Adelaide. Obviously, many people are studying remotely. Has had a big impact on a lot of our stakeholders within the CBD. That's why I think the Study Adelaide Board could be best served by someone who is from an affected industry, but still has a substantial interest within the City of Adelaide. And that's the spirit within which I'm bringing this motion. Of course, if you read the Charter for Study Adelaide or the regulations, they merely highlight that it is the Minister who ultimately appoints people to it. The City of Adelaide has merely enjoyed having a representative on there because of the relationship that we have. But of course, we do have our administration who is able to represent the corporation's interests and report back to them. But I think we as a council chamber should ask the question of who is best to contribute at such a critical time to such a critical board. That's the spirit within which I'm bringing this. I'd be very interested to see the sorts of names that come out of the woodwork in order to contribute in that sense. Obviously, I've highlighted that it should be from the private sector. Study Adelaide does have all the universities on there and the Department for Trade and Investment on there as well. But I do really feel that the board could benefit, and it does have a couple of private sector people, but I really feel the board would benefit from having a city-centric private sector industry representative on it, so long as it fits into the matrix that are the skills that are required by the board. So that's basically why I'm bringing this.
Thank you, Councillor Canal. Did you members?
Just a question towards me.
Yes, Councillor Martin.
Is Study Adelaide a creation of the state government?
CEO?
Thank you, through the chair. I need to double check.
I think Councillor Hyde is telling us it is.
Sorry, but did you want me to answer or Councillor Hyde?
Well, no, if you can't answer,
Okay.
Councillor Hyde is saying he understands it is a creation of the state government. And that facilitates the next question. Shouldn't we be asking the state government to change I have no objection to this, but shouldn't we be asking the state government, not Study Adelaide, to vary the rules?
What's before us is we're able to nominate and forward to the Minister for consideration the appointment of one City of Adelaide representative on the Study Adelaide board. So that is actually, it still talks to us nominating a representative to the Minister who would then appoint.
Okay, but wouldn't we ask the CEO to liaise with the state government or the Minister with a view to that would seem to be the preferable way of facilitating.
CEO, would you like to answer that?
Thank you through the chair. I can certainly reach out to counterpart in state government. I can do that as an undertaking. I know the chair of Study Adelaide quite well, so I'm happy to have a discussion with them too, just to make sure that the approach that council's considering is as appropriate and in keeping with the board.
Oh, well, would the mover consider just varying it to the extent necessary for the CEO to liaise with the state government?
We've got an undertaking that'll happen.
So, okay. Liaising with Study Adelaide, you don't think the minister would be more appropriate?
So there's an undertaking that the CEO will discuss with the chair of Study Adelaide.
Okay.
Members, if there's no more speakers, I'll go back to Councillor Hyde to sum up.
Just to highlight that it is a public corporation that's established. The minister is responsible for the sign-off, as it were, but it is a public corporation. It has employees. It has its own board, and that's established by the regulation as well. I think it's much of a muchness. Traditionally, whomever the City of Adelaide puts forward, I don't think there's been a rejection ever of that, and this is just in response to what I think could best serve our stakeholders in the city, but also a hint of, I notice no councillors have nominated for it as well. So that's, but the CEO has made an undertaking to liaise with state government counterparts, and I think that's appropriate. I thank Councillor Martin for his interest.
Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried. Members, that takes us to 10.20, Code of Conduct outcome. So, Councillor Moran.
I've just been informed by Mr Petrosky that as the instigator of the Code of Conduct, I have a conflict of interest. He has shown me legal advice. I'm a little bit surprised because every other Code of Conduct, the instigator has not had to remove him or herself. However, I am convinced by his advice. So as the sole instigator, I will call a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I declare a material conflict of interest as one of the three councillors with a material interest in the outcome of this report.
Councillor Martin.
Yeah, look, Lord Mayor, I hear Councillor Kira suggesting that I should excuse myself. I have been informed by Mr Petrovsky that I have a perceived conflict of interest. I note that on previous occasions where individuals have not been the complainant but have been mentioned in the report, they have declared a perceived conflict of interest and remained in the room. Including you, Lord Mayor, and including Councillor Hyde, who on one occasion spoke, as I recall. Therefore, it will be my intention to remain in the room, and if I deem it necessary
to speak. That's fine, thank you. Deputy Lord Mayor, are you moving?
I am moving, yes.
Yep, and Councillor Kouros as a seconder. Deputy Lord Mayor, did you wish to speak to it?
Don't worry, thank you.
Councillor Kouros, did you wish to speak to it? Councillor Kouros, did you wish to speak to the motion?
No,
reserve your right. Members? If not, Councillor. Councillor Knoll.
Just a quick comment, and I think when we're talking about how we treat each other as councillors, I think it is important to remember, what is considered to be respectful and how we look at how we interact with each other. I think it is certainly important that when to err on the side of caution and say, okay, it is important that we do have an apology simply because we should be held to a higher standard. But I also make comment in the fact that that was only the only finding about disrespect in relation to the treatment. But I also note that in there it also says that it found the statements were not incorrect. I think that's also equally important. It's just I think we need to all learn to deliver them in a way that does hold us into that at the level that we should be as councillors.
Thank you, members. If not, I'll go back to the move to Summer.
No, Lord Mayor, I just wish to, for the benefit of Councillor Knoll, just say to him that, not to diminish it, it says quite clearly that Councillor Khera has attempted to influence the voting tendencies of North Adelaide ratepayers by impugning the character and integrity of the councillors and attempting to lower their reputation among the community, which I find does not adequately maintain respectful relationships. I think it is substantial and I don't seek to diminish it or comment further.
Members, if not, I'll go back to the Deputy Lord Mayor to sum up. Sorry, too late, Councillor Hyde. Summed up. Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried. Members, I think we might go to the break now, and then there are 5 items in confidence before we will restart the meeting. So members, if we could be back here at 8:10. Thank you very much. Members, there are 5 items tonight with requests for consideration in confidence. Each item will require a motion and decision to order the exclusion of the public to enable consideration in confidence. Could I please have a mover and a seconder for a motion to exclude for 12.1.1, the appointment of council assessment panel members? Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Seconded, Councillor Knoll. Members? If not, I'll go to Councillor Hyde Summer. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Sorry, I can just take that vote again. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? That is carried. 12.1.2, the Adelaide Economic Development Agency appointment for board members. I'll look for a mover. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Hyde. Members? If not, to the move to sum up. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. 12.1.3, Citizen of the Year Awards. I'll look for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Seconder, Deputy Lord Mayor. Members? Councillor Mackie.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Just to double check where this is 12.1.3?
Yes.
Citizen of the Year?
Yes.
Can I just ask how many nominations?
We are not in confidence yet. So we are just moving the motion to go into confidence.
My apologies, Lord Mayor.
So, members, are there any speaking to the motion for confidence? If not, go to the move to sum up. Councillor Knoll. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Thank you. That is carried. 12.1.4, strategic property matter. Looking for a mover. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and a seconder. Councillor Knoll. Members? If not, to the move to sum up. To the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. And 12.1.5, Capital City Committee update. Look for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Mackie. Seconder, Deputy Lord Mayor. Members? If not, go back to the move to sum up. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? That is carried. Members of the public and staff, thanks for your attendance. Those not associated with items 12.1.1, 12.1.2, 12.1.3, 12.1.4 and 12.1.5, I ask you now please to leave the council chamber. The streaming will now cease while council considers the items on the agenda, and the meeting will reopen and streaming recommence at the conclusion of the last confidential item. Thank you. Thank you. We're releasing our Reconciliation Action Plan in partnership with the Ghana community. Our three major public-private partnerships, 88 O'Connell, Market Square and 10 Gigabit Adelaide, have all got underway or been completed. And we have continued to support our city's recovery from the impacts of the pandemic by bringing people safely into the city. We've also waived fees and created free outdoor dining spaces for businesses so they can serve more customers, among many other things. Over the past month, I've celebrated our community's achievements, including at the SA Music Awards, where I presented Teenage Jones with the City of Adelaide Live Music Award. Just lost track. And the Mercury CX Screen Awards, where I had the honour of presenting James Curry with the Lifetime Achievement Award. The City of Adelaide's own achievements were recognised at the Main Streets Awards on the 12th of November, with East End Unleashed winning the award for Best Event, and at the city's Power Partnerships Climate Awards, where our Sustainability Incentive Scheme won the Community Choice Award. I attended the Italian Festival's closing night on the 20th of November. It was fantastic to celebrate the contribution Italian migrants have made to our city with their incredible food, restaurants, arts, culture and businesses. It was particularly wonderful to have the festival go ahead in full this year after last year's lockdown due to COVID. On the 17th of November, I celebrated the creation of the South Australian Fashion Industries Association and had the privilege of being its inaugural patron. The association will champion our state's fashion industry, seek out new local, national and international opportunities for growth, particularly in sustainable fashion, and bring people together to support mentoring and networking within the industry. That night I also launched the Adelaide Christmas Festival with the lighting of the giant Christmas tree in Tatanyanga, Victoria Square. For the first time I held a social media competition to find a child to press the button to light the tree with me, and Grace, aged 7, who lives here in the city, was the lucky winner, and she did a fantastic job. The Christmas Festival is now well and truly underway and bringing joy to our community. We've had an innovative Christmas cracker augmented reality trail where people can scan QR codes at locations around the city of North Adelaide and connect virtual decorations to hang on the giant Christmas tree. Peel Street and Vaughan Place are looking stunning thanks to the bauble canopies Council has installed, designed by Atelier Sisu. The canopies are made from colourful spears that change colour as the sun moves across the sky, creating a lighting effect. We've also have markets, events and activities happening right across the city. I held my annual Christmas lunch on the 1st of December this year in honour of the 155th anniversary of the opening of the Adelaide Town Hall. Our theme celebrated Adelaide's built, natural and Ghana heritage, with Keith Conlon from the Heritage Council as our guest speaker. I also held Christmas drinks on the 9th of December for the patron organisations that I have the privilege to be patron of, and have attended many community Christmas functions, including the Chinatown Association, Property Council, the Rose Society and the North Adelaide Precinct Association during the past few weeks. Tonight I'd also like to speak to Clinton Devonish, who is the Director Services Infrastructure and Operations, who after 4 years and 4 months with the City of Adelaide has offered his resignation to explore new opportunities and will finish up in January 2022. In this time, Clinton has not only overseen important major projects and provided valuable perspectives to key initiatives that will benefit our city now and for years to come, he's also given the significant, valuable contribution of his leadership across the organisation, especially as COVID-19 impacted us throughout 2020 and 2021. We thank him for his long-lasting contributions to the City of Adelaide and wish him all the very best. Some of the examples of projects, if you'd like to think of a couple of your own highlights, but of course the Gawler Place upgrade, including our famous pigeon, the delivery of the Brown Hill Keswick Creek Wetlands project, which is going to be absolutely sensational when that's finished, the Jeff Cott Street upgrade, the Moonta Street revitalisation, and also, of course, working with the executive in reshaping the organisation and leading the planning team through the Planning and Development Code implementation. I'd like to thank Clinton for all his hard work and wish him absolutely the best. I'd I'd also like to thank all of the elected members and the council administration and our CEO for their hard work during 2021. I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I do look forward to continue our work together for the benefit of the city in 2022. Thank you. Could I have someone move that the report be done? Thank you, Councillor Kouros, seconded Councillor Snape. Members, those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Item 14 on the agenda tonight is 14.1, is councillor reports. Reports from council members. Councillor Knoll, you're moving. Thank you. And I look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Knoll, did you wish to speak to it?
I do want to just raise to highlight one of the events that I was able to represent you at, Lord Mayor, and that was the Study Adelaide Round Table, because I thought it's quite an important part, and particularly part of Adelaide, the City of Adelaide life, and I thought it's quite interesting the sort of statistics that they put out, showing the value of their students' contribution into South Australia, and particularly their City of Adelaide, and some of the highlights of this were that for every 3 students there is another job created. So, and that our top 10 places where these students come from is India, China, Nepal, Vietnam, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Philippines, Brazil, Colombia, Sri Lanka. They've got 120 countries that they draw people from. And I thought this is an amazing way that we highlight ourselves to the rest of the world, but also the diversity that we have coming to us, and also that the fact that they now have a visa for 4 years after you finish studying, so that enables businesses to actually support these young people and also bring us into the community, so they do want to stay, because so many of them do. And even a simple statistic like 37% of international students are volunteering in our community. And then you think about that number, and sadly we're down to 22,000 which are in Adelaide at the moment, this year, and it come down from a high of over 44,000 in 2019. So this is a significant driver of our economy, and also the diversity in our culture is certainly missing, and we obviously need to do all we can to bring them in, and I just thought it would highlight that. And they do also lament that they did slip back from the amount that they contributed to the economy, which is $1.85 million. And I think we need to be just really conscious of that. This is an export industry that we really need to support, and to take every opportunity we can to assist them to achieving their goals, in which they also achieve ours. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kerr, did you wish to speak?
No.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It gives me great pleasure to make the following announcement, and that is that at the South Australian Planning Institute of Australia Awards for Planning Excellence, which was held on 5th of November, the City of Adelaide received 2 awards and a commendation. The Heritage Strategy and Action Plan received the commendation in the Strategic Planning category in recognition of projects that demonstrate vision and innovation and have relevance for the profession at large. And the 2 awards, which were in separate categories but both were for the same initiative, was for the Ghana Kadla Paranti Cultural Burn. This initiative was recognised at the highest level as a significant and groundbreaking partnership project between Council and the Ghana community. It won the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Planning Award category, and was also awarded the prestigious Minister's Award chosen by the Minister for Planning for the most outstanding planning achievement from all the award nominations submitted. In her speech, the Minister spoke about the significance of the project in the context of climate change and the national conversation around the integration and expansion of Aboriginal culture burning programs into land management practices to better care for country and also assist in the prevention of large-scale destructive fires. Ghana elder, who's known to many here in the chamber and beyond the chamber, Uncle Jeffrey Newchurch, has been a driving force in the partnership between his community and the City of Adelaide. And he's provided the following quote, which goes on to say, "The burn was about bringing people together, about the important partnerships that are instrumental in delivering reconciliation, and about the opportunities for our young Kaurna people to reconnect with their culture by caring for their country." These nominations will now go to the National Planning Institute Awards, which are due to be held in 2022 in Tasmania. So I'll present you with these two awards.
Members, is there anything else for this evening? If not, I will go back to the mover, Councillor Knoll, to sum up. Members, to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried.
Sorry to interrupt, Lord Mayor. This would be a strange request. Would the governance team consider putting the night light setting on these two monitors? The very bright white light and blue light actually gives me a bit of a headache.
One can ask.
It's actually been
Can we do that?
months.
I'm not sure if we can do it for tonight, but can we
It's
do
just
it?
on the display settings.
Can we do it?
Go to the desktop, right-click, display settings.
We will see if we can do this while we go to questions on notice.
Thank you.
Go back to that same point where you were. There's the option to turn it on now. Yeah, click on that.
Yeah, it's done up there rather than here.
Okay. We'll continue to play with it while we keep going. Members, there are 5 questions on notice. With your leave, we'll take that as read. Thank you. They will also be on the website for any of the public to see. Members, are there any questions without notice tonight? Councillor Martin.
Just a supplementary question to 15.5. Was the administration or the Lord Mayor aware of the threat by Commercial and General to sue ratepayers in North Adelaide over their opposition to the 88 O'Connell development before or after the threat was issued?
I'm not aware of any threat, Councillor Martin.
Thank you through the presiding member, and neither am I.
Is the Lord Mayor and or the CEO critical of C&G, our hand-in-glove partner, for taking legal action or threatening legal action against ratepayers?
I'm not aware of the legal action, Councillor Martin.
And the CEO is not aware or critical of that action?
Through the presiding member, I'll remind members that we are working to a council-endorsed outcome, which is through an LFA agreement with Commercial and General.
Does that agreement preclude Commercial and General threatening to sue ratepayers?
CEO.
Thank you through the presiding member. As I stated earlier, I'm not aware of Commercial and General threatening to sue ratepayers.
But the agreement was the question. The LFA, does that preclude them from taking legal action without it?
Thank you through the presiding member. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of the LFA with me here tonight. I'd need to go back, and I'm happy to take an undertaking to see if there is any clause within that comprehensive LFA to see whether it does preclude.
Thank you.
Members, are there any other questions without notice? If not, we will go to motions on notice at 17.1. Councillor Martin, Urban Forest Visual Map.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Mackie.
Okay, look, no pun intended, but the roots of this proposal are from a North Adelaide resident and subsequently from a group of people. And the idea was first seeded, no pun intended, in the City of Melbourne in 2013, as the administration notes, when that council gave email addresses to each and every tree on its electronic database so that people could report things such as damaged trees, whether in fact a branch had dropped, something of that nature. And they were able to send an email with an ID. Now it does work that way. People do report damage to trees or threats to trees, but what the City of Melbourne discovered was that people actually like sending emails to trees, and as a consequence it's been reported, that initiative, all around the world. I note the Atlantic magazine, for example, said that it was a great way of encouraging people to engage and help the city with its maintenance, but also to enable people's relationship with their city to play out. Now, there is a comment from the administration saying that this is something that could be easily adopted. I'm not asking for that assurance. All I'm asking for is a report. It is a proposal to consider this, nothing more. And of course, if the administration comes back with cost issues, that would be an issue for me. However, I do ask members to consider supporting this. It does have substantial residential support from people who value the trees in the City of Adelaide.
Councillor Mackie.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Only very briefly to note the serendipity of the recent announcement of the conferral of National Park City status on Greater Adelaide as the second city in the world to achieve that status, and I think the intent of Councillor Martin's motion is commendable and consistent with that spirit.
Members, Councillor Hyde.
Could I just suggest a variation? If the mover and the seconder wouldn't be so inclined, could we just remove and/or correspond with? Would that be amenable? That keep comment, but not correspond.
So to the mover and the seconder, the mover, are you happy with that variation?
What's the intention? To stop people sending emails?
I'm assuming that it's to stop them corresponding with trees. Or for the trees to right back. So I'm actually looking to you, Councillor Martin, and the seconder.
Oh, well, if he doesn't want to talk to the trees, he doesn't want to talk to the trees.
No, well, it's up to you to accept or not the variation.
Yeah, I'll accept it.
Thank you. And the seconder? Yeah. Thank you. Would you like
thank you, colleagues. For what it's worth, my mother plays classical music to her plants and she swears by it. I'm not as convinced, unfortunately. And look, if some people wish to correspond with vegetation, that is certainly up to them. And I note that it evolved rather organically by the sounds of it in the City of Melbourne anyway, so perhaps the comments provide people the opportunity to do it. I would just hate to see our ratepayer funds used to encourage it. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Members, if not, going to move to sum up. Councillor Martin. Members to the vote, those in favour, those against. Could I have that shown as unanimous? Thank you. That takes us, members, to 17.2. Councillor Martin, pedestrian footpath safety and bikes and scooters. And you have a seconder in Councillor Kouros.
Oh, that's great.
Councillor Martin. Oh, I know.
Yeah. Lord Mayor, councillors will have received, as I have, a steady stream of complaints about bikes and e-scooters. And I note the administration's comments are about e-scooters, but this is equally about bikes. The most common e-scooter complaint is that they're parked inappropriately or left on footpaths or wherever that may be. And that is a separate matter which is being addressed by the administration, which is providing a report to us next year. But the matter which is the subject of the motion here is about the speed at which bicycles and scooters travel on footpaths, often at great speed, so that people are forced from the footpath or in some cases collide. And we've had many reports of injuries, and interstate there have even been deaths. Now, I had one older ratepayer tell me how he had trouble getting out of the path of a fast-moving bike in O'Connell Street, and another tell me about near misses when waiting staff in restaurants are moving from the hospitality venue to outdoor dining tables, because sometimes managing door and plates and things of that nature, it is difficult to concentrate on all of those aspects, and there have been some near misses. Now, when these matters have been reported to me, I have always said, look, this is a matter for the state government. The state government's the one who decided that, one, bikes could ride on footpaths, and two, that scooters could as well. But undeterred by that explanation, I have a ratepayer who persuaded a member of the board of Bike SA to write to DIT. DIT responded with a letter, which I'm happy to provide to the administration, which has been copied to North Adelaide ratepayers. And DIT makes it clear council can place limitations on riding bikes and e-scooters and their speeds with signage. They say the relevant section of the Australian road rules that gives council that power under the Australian road rules are rules 252 and 253. So what I want to know, and what this motion asks, is can the administration investigate whether there are powers open to council, whether, for example, in the busy strip we can erect a sign saying dismount or slow down, or even, if necessary, this is not a good place to be riding a bike at speed. And that could apply also to e-scooters. But we do need some guidance on this, not least because the Department of Infrastructure and Transport is now actively telling ratepayers that this is a matter for council, not for the state government. And that is why I am asking for this motion to be approved in order for the elected body to be given some guidance.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Kouros.
I actually agree with everything that Councillor Martin has said. It is an issue, the bikes and scooters on the footpath. I've received a number of complaints in regards to that, and a number of people have sent me the injuries that they've sustained from the scooters, and it also has proven to be a bit of a hindrance for the businesses on the streets. And so if there is a way that we can make this more feasible for people to be able to use the city efficiently, it would be great.
Members, Councillor Snape.
Just a question. Is there currently a speed limit for scooters and bikes on footpaths?
CEO.
Thank you. Mr Devonish, please.
Through the presiding member, Councillor, the speed limits for scooters is currently set by the State Government Gazette, which is 15 kilometres per hour. The speed limits for bikes generally is in accordance with the speed limit of the street that the bikes are travelling down. So Councillor Martin is correct in terms of Section 252 of the Australian Road Rules, where Council does have the option to consider a no bicycle signage, which could preclude bikes from riding down the footpath.
So, first of all, with regards to scooters, can scooters physically go faster than that 15 kilometres per hour, or is that fixed within the technology of the scooter?
CEO.
Thank you, Presiding Member. Mr Devenish, please.
Through the Presiding Member, the speeds are fixed. They're fixed by the units that are on the scooters. They're incapable of travelling faster than 15 kilometres an hour.
So the limiters.
And final follow-up, sorry, with regards to cycling, does Council have the powers to set speed limits on pedestrianised, on paths?
Through the Chair, please, Councillor.
Thank you.
CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I know that in Rundle through a bylaw, we have certainly restricted bicycle usage, but in terms of footpaths, Mr Devenish, please.
Through the Presiding Member, that will be the basis of the report that comes back to Council should this motion be successful. However, there are powers that the City of Adelaide does have the authority to install signage and do certain things under Section 252 and 253 of the Australian Road Rule Act.
Members? Councillor Moran, sorry.
Yes, look, I will vote for this because it's a report, but I see some dangerous messages out. I agree with bikes being allowed to ride on the footpath. I thought that was an enormous step forward for school children and people that are nervous about riding on our rather dangerous city streets that are, for instance, King William Street, where there really is no room for the bikes, but bikes do there. So I will vote for a report, but I will not support anything that limits bike usage on the footpath. I'm only just going to vote for this because the scooters are limited, and I am unaware of any injuries from, I know people get a fright sometimes with the scooters and sometimes with the bike couriers, but I'm unaware of any accidents, certainly none in North Adelaide, and I totally agree with riding on the footpath.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I will support this motion. I'd just make the point that within the report that's received, as all of our expert advisors know from our council administration in terms of urban planning and traffic planning, that separation by speed is the ideal. So rather than confining this to considering simply what happens on the footpath, we would be looking at what happens across the footpath and the street. So speed separation would ideally mean that scooters and bikes were on a separated bikeway. Pedestrians were on the footpath, scooters and bikes. Scooters, of course, are not currently allowed to be on the road, but if they were on a separated bikeway and then cars are on the road, that's the ideal solution. So I think whenever we're considering the options that are coming forward, we want to make sure we're not just looking at one part of the street and being punitive potentially on one part of the street. We want to look toward the ideal end point that gets everyone moving in a safe way.
Members? If not, Councillor Hyde.
Could the administration just advise, I've had a flick through the permit conditions in the link, but if we were to introduce speed limits, while at the same time we have essentially some sort of contractual arrangement with the e-scooter and e-bike providers, could there potentially be exposure for us there insofar as we have set the parameters and now we are changing their operating environment and that could have an adverse effect on their revenue? Could we have any legal or punitive exposure there?
CEO.
Thank you through the presiding member. Obviously all those considerations will form part of the report back to Council in February.
That's fine. Yeah, either way, I would have supported this anyway. I think, look, I mean, it was meant to be a trial, you know, and I say that I brought it to the Chamber, Lord Mayor. At the time, we wanted something in place for Fringe. It was a new technology around the world, and the way that it was made to work was through a trial. But a trial is a trial is a trial, and here we are without any more robust policy settings around it. Ultimately, these vehicles, there's a reason they go 15 k's, and that's because we've made it so that they go on the footpaths. And we're blessed with wide footpaths, relatively speaking, but many of them do get quite cluttered. And there are many things and people and objects to interact with along the way. Really, these vehicles should be probably, in an ideal world, allowed to go 25 or 30 kilometres an hour, or whatever they're rated for. And they should be doing that on a bicycle lane, not on a footpath. That's, I think, the future for personal mobility devices. I'm somewhat disappointed that our trial, which brought new technology to South Australia, has not resulted in further and better policy, legislative and regulatory improvements in order to facilitate the use of personal mobility devices generally, because people do use their personal mobility devices. They do use them to get in and out of the city. And they're doing so illegally, which is a great shame. So I'd be very interested to see what this report says, and to have those matters explored as well of liability and what have you. You could certainly align it to the licence and the permit itself in order to limit your liability. In any case, we've all seen what happens when things go wrong here.
I think it's a good thing that we actually did introduce a permit. I think that was replicated across the country after we brought the permit in, because there wasn't anything in existence. Yeah. Members, if not, I'll go back to Councillor Martin to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I hear the hesitancy in the room, and I assure everyone that I am agnostic about what comes forth. It is a genuine expression of concern by ratepayers, some of whom believe that we should take certain actions. I don't have a view about that. Whether we have a recommendation from the administration on one thing or another, I'm simply looking for guidance, and therefore I would ask members to join me in that request.
Members to the vote, those in favour, those against. That is carried. Could I have that recorded as unanimous? Thank you, Judy. That takes us to 17.3, Councillor Donovan, greening options. And I have Councillor Hyde as your seconder. I have saw your hand, Councillor Snape, as well. Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Hopefully this one's pretty straightforward. We already have a clear intent in terms of increasing our street tree canopy and green infrastructure, and that's identified in the strategic plan and multiple other places. As identified in the admin comment, we have workshopped this in different ways. The point of this motion is simply to recognise that we have many very challenging streets within the city, and many of these are our very narrow laneways, and on those laneways it's typically very challenging to look at street planting. We do already have perhaps it might be called an ad hoc response to looking at how to improve greening in those areas, and administration does a great job of looking at each one of those streets and coming up with good solutions. What I'm proposing here is that we do it slightly in reverse and have a number of solutions that are already approved, so to speak, as a palette, so that when we go to these narrow streets we can say we already know that A, B, C, D typically work very well. We can roll it out more efficiently because we've potentially pre-purchased, en masse, and we can do this in a way that can be applied more systematically across the whole city, rather than waiting for looking at each street as we go to do the major upgrades that occur.
I'm asking for administration to prepare a delivery strategy that aligns with options that admin deem to be appropriate for this level of greening and within our budget.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Councillor Snape, did you wish to speak?
Yes, just briefly. I was going to second, but it's great to see Councillor Hyde has it. Hopefully this motion has wide support, as it is a common sense motion, and especially for a council which wants to be carbon neutral and push towards hopefully carbon zero. It's a very smart way of looking at it as we move towards changing our climate. So it's just a step in the right direction. So I commend Councillor Donovan for the motion.
Deputy Lord Mayor, sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do speak in favour of this motion. I do have one question though. When we're talking about identifying a palette of greening options, is some of that able to be incorporated in the Adelaide Design Manual, or not? How will that work?
CEO.
Thank you through the chair. So members will be aware that the Adelaide Design Manual is under review at the moment, and we're hoping to bring back something the first quarter of next year in relation to that, and it would make absolute sense to include greening options within that document.
Thank you, CEO. Lord Mayor, as I said, I speak in favour of this, and I think as Councillor Donovan did say that this is something that this council in particular has been making a fair bit of noise about, starting with Councillor Abiad and increasing the tree canopy to what Councillor Kouros was trying to do in terms of the floating planter boxes and other sort of greening initiatives. Or maybe I was just thinking that in my head. I'm not sure. That's the one. That's the one. And even myself, Lord Mayor, in terms of trying to get more greening up in the northwestern part of the CBD, where we do have small streets, little laneways, where planting trees is extremely difficult. And so if we're not able to plant, let's try and green the streets in some other way. So I commend this to the Chamber.
Members, just before I go back to the move to sum up, I would also bring your attention to the recent announcement by Minister Spears, who we've been working with over a long time now to talk about the difficulties of the greening in the CBD. So there's several initiatives that are specific to the CBD to the tune of about $5 million, which includes green walls and roofs and planting. I also just acknowledge the work that the sustainability team did, Tom, because they gave us a very comprehensive report which showed all the difficulties of putting the trees into the city streets, and it was on the basis of that report that Minister Spears then re-looked at a fund that was specific to the CBD. So getting there tree by tree, plant by plant. I'm going to return to the mover, Councillor Donovan.
Summed up.
Members to the vote, those in favour, those against. That is carried. Can I have that also recorded as unanimous? Thank you. And we're on a roll. Councillor Moran, 17.4.
I'll withdraw my motion as the final motion on notice covers what I want to do.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Councillor Snape, motion on notice, local government elected representation on representative on SCAP.
So I'll look for a second. Is that
I'll
speak
stand and move, and then I'll look for a second.
I'll move motion. Sorry.
Thank you. I'll look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Moran.
So for me, this is I don't think this is a particular controversial motion. It's an adaptation of the now Deputy Lord Mayor Abraham Today's successful earlier motion, moved a couple of years back, which pushed for a City of Adelaide representative on the Estate Commission Assessment Panel. So while that motion was successful in Council, unfortunately the Minister did refuse that particular request. My hope is that with this new motion, with a slightly broader scope, a new Minister, and an upcoming state election, that hopefully our pleas would get heard this time around. I think it's important to have a local perspective on SCAP. Councils are, after all, the level of government closest to the people, and I will leave it at that for now.
Councillor Moran, did you wish to speak? No. Members? Deputy Lord Mayor?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I thank Councillor Snape for bringing this motion to the Chamber. I note that there is a difference between this motion and the one that I brought in back in 2019, and I'm just I'm not 100% supportive of the wording of this, and I think Councillor Snape, you touched on it perfectly about local government being about a local community. They have local knowledge, and if you put an LGA representative on SCAP, you might end up with, as an example, you might end up with the CEO or a councillor at Clare or at Mangambia making decisions on developments that are happening in the city or outside of the city, and vice versa. You might end up with an inner city councillor or an executive on SCAP that are making decisions about developments that are happening in Barossa or Clare. So I think when it comes to assessing these sorts of planning applications, that local knowledge and the local expertise is great, and that's what I was trying to get with SCAP, a pilot or a trial at least, to see whether if that would work, and that's why I was looking at specifically having a member on SCAP to look at planning applications that are only within the City of Adelaide, not anywhere else. Whilst I commend Councillor Snape on moving the motion, I won't be supporting it. I think there are a few technicalities in there that I don't agree with, but also what the rest of the chamber thinks.
Members? Councillor Kerr?
Just suggest a variation to Councillor Snape that might address that issue. He may want to elected representative from a roster of councillors. So after the word representative, elected representative, yeah, right there, from a roster of councillors from a roster of councillors relevant to each particular development. Something like that.
So I'm going to go to the mover and the seconder.
We're happy to support that. I might need a bit of wordsmithing, but fully support it. Fully support the intention of the amendment. I just want to get the wordsmithing right because...
Councillor Moran?
I think that can be done in the actual request.
Okay, yeah.
So this is just a motion, like a request.
No, I'm not happy with that. I can see where you're coming from, but it's just too hard to...
Yeah. I'm not going to speak to it, but I wouldn't agree with it either.
It just means each council puts up a potential SCAP.
Okay, thank you. So the seconder hasn't agreed with the variation, so therefore it goes back to the original. Members, would anybody else like to speak to this? No? I actually just might make a comment while Councillor Snape, I understand the intent. I think one of the problems that we're facing is how SCAP is making decisions for the capital city without input from the capital city council. Again, I'm not sure. The selection process for local government representation is quite different. There would be a nomination from each council which would then go to the LGA, and the LGA would choose their representative that go to the minister, and the minister would approve it. So there's quite a process involved in that. But we could give it a go, I guess. Members, if there's no other speakers, I'll go back to Councillor Snape.
Sumner.
Members to the vote, those in favour? Those against? Oh, sorry, I didn't get that. Sorry, I have to ask you to do that again. Those in favour? Those against? That is lost. That takes us to 17.6, supermarket opportunities within Market District. Councillor Knoll.
I commend this to the Chamber and seek a seconder.
Deputy Lord Mayor, I think. Councillor Knoll.
Yes, thank you very much. Look, it's quite simple. I mean, as we're now, preparing the market precinct for the removal of the arcade and then the starting of the building, and it led me to start thinking, and have been for quite a while, about the essence of a shopping precinct, and it's very much it's very important for that continuing connection. Particularly, I spoke with quite a few people, in the precincts around in the residential areas, that it is important that we have still, where possible, an opportunity to retain a supermarket, or at least have a supermarket in the interim that can help service the need, because there is still a reasonable sized supermarket that is in the arcade, and how are we going to do that? And I thought, well, if this is one of the more critical infrastructures, and if you think about how in the suburban areas, those sort of shopping precincts for the daily food, etc., is one of the central hubs of the community, and we need to retain that same aspect here. So I put this forward because we need to see if we're able to put up, find something that will, at least in the interim, cover the need that is in the city, and the effect of that also is retain more people shopping in the market precinct in a time where they're really going to need all the support they can get because of the disruption, etc. And I think so. If we are able to look and interact, with the opportunities that are around there, I know, and it's very difficult, so that we are able to, if it's possible, to deliver for the community a supermarket that can sufficiently support their needs and retain their connection with the city in the 2.5 to 3 years that it will be before the construction is finished, and we're able to then have the supermarket in the actual redevelopment of the market square. And I think it is just, I thought, as well as more common sense things that we can attempt to help our community in a real way, so that they can, that we are looking after their best interests, and we're the only ones that could sort of provide that opportunity, at least by bringing as many potential opportunities together as possible.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Did you wish to speak? Members? Councillor Martin.
I wonder if the mover would consider a variation, deleting paragraph 3.3. No? Okay. Oh, well, look, may I speak, Lord Mayor?
Yes, you may.
Just briefly, I do get the concern of traders in the market. The loss of a supermarket will certainly impact on their capacity to trade. It means fewer feet on the footpath and in the market. So yes, it is unfortunate, no doubt about that. However, it is a bit late to be doing this. It is now some years since it was determined that the city would redevelop the Central Market Arcade, and 6 months before the demolition process begins, to be seeking a supermarket, which traditionally would require some years of planning before it established premises, would be, if not impossible, then certainly prohibitively expensive. If it were, however, to be a permanent move to the Market District, that would be something that would have my support. And indeed, whatever the city could do to assist in bringing someone into the city to provide competition in that retail months or a year to build a supermarket, which they will then have to abandon in whatever the construction period is. And frankly, I don't know any business that would be prepared to make that kind of investment on the basis that they have a finite day in which to vacate. And additionally, I always thought this was a council that supported free enterprise. To be stipulating that it's going to allow an entrant into the retail supermarket area and impose such a condition on them seems to me to be extremely anti-competitive. If we want another supermarket there, that's great. I'm happy to support that. I'm certainly not going to support this. And in doing so, I encouraged the mover to come up with something that would be a bit more helpful to traders than something that just isn't going to happen.
Councillor Snape.
Well, I'd certainly like to echo Councillor Martin's concerns. I have to overwhelmingly agree with the intent of this motion, and I will be supporting the motion. We have to try, and in full respect to the traders, of course, but there's also the residential aspect to consider. And as a local resident in the southwest, I think there's a real risk of losing access to a competitive supermarket and having to shop, maybe perhaps more boutique, or having to travel on foot or by public transport for a lot of people into quite significant distances. Back to the commercial aspect, there's also a real risk, I think, if we don't have a supermarket there for a significant portion of time, that people will transition even more so to online delivering and other such options, which it's a habit that not a lot of people come back out of. So we risk losing permanent customers to the central market and the future supermarket. So while I once again echo, I do share Councillor Martin's concerns with regards to time constraints. I think that we have to try, and therefore I will be backing this motion.
Thank you. Members? Councillor Mackie?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I'll also be supporting this motion, notwithstanding, and I acknowledge the point that Councillor Martin is making regarding this maybe being too little too late in the planning horizon needed. But I do understand the concern of market traders and market customers that and recognising that consumer patterns, shopping patterns are hard made and then very quickly lost, and the longer term risk for the central market stallholders of a protracted period without a complementary supermarket offering may be in the long term detrimental to its offering. I have no doubt that once the whole show is redeveloped, we will have a more powerful attractor for consumers, but I think it does behove us to have a look at this. I kind of slap myself metaphorically for not having tweaked to this issue earlier, and I do commend the spirit and intent of Councillor Knoll's motion.
Members? If not, go back to the move to sum up. Councillor Knoll?
Yes, and I can appreciate the time frame. I've been looking for so long myself, and all of a sudden starting to think about that we are able to contribute towards a solution. And sadly, that only took a little while when I looked at some of the options around. So yes, very much, it is a short time frame, and I know. But we already commit to a lot of infrastructure around the city, a lot of services around the city, which our community supports. So I have no idea what's going to come back, and we can look at those things and also all the other issues when they bring the report back. And all the comments are correct. People change their habits, they lose their connection, and if we're able to support this new development, and ensure that we keep some form of connection with our local community and their shopping habit, but while still maintaining that broad infrastructure, because again, we have lost a lot along the way, and yes, the shopping habits are changing, and to retain the centre of the city as part of a food offering is really critical, and a substantial food offering that means that people don't have to compromise. And yes, and even the difficulty is that there will be a certain portion of the sale within the market. Obviously, that'll transition somewhere else because of that. So I think it's just really important that we take every opportunity we can and see what comes back, and then we can decide, as a council, that because this is an investment in our community as well, and whatever that may look like, and in hopes that just that conversation, bringing the stakeholders together while looking for the opportunities, that a way forward can be found. And a simple supermarket, there's so many that do pop up, and it's more about the other more intense services that they're providing, from the various sliced things to a lot of other that require stronger infrastructure. It's more about ensuring that those grocery items that are core to people's shopping habits and enough diverse offering that they're able to still get those, and then we can work with the other, because all the rest of it is still there. So it's just making sure that we have that fundamental necessities of life on offer, and I think that's the most important part if we can achieve that.
Thank you, members. To the vote, those in favour, those against. Councillor Moran, are you voting? That is carried. I think that was unanimous too. Not quite sure. Last one, 17.7, Councillor Martin, motion on notice, elected member, vaccination status.
I think Councillor Moran is seconding that, Lord Mayor. Can I make clear that the administration comment talks a great deal about mandates for elected members, and this is not a proposal that suggests that there should be a mandate for all councillors to be vaccinated. Not at all. What it is ensuring that we meet our obligation to understand the administration's attempts to ensure that vaccination is mandated for staff is successful. The deadline is approaching. And on the other hand, we're asking with this motion that we be advised of the number of councillors who are not vaccinated by the deadline, so that the organisation can plan successfully. And if I ask you to pause to consider for a moment, we are requiring our staff to be vaccinated so that whenever we meet with them or mix with them, we know that we are dealing with people who are vaccinated. We are not providing any such guarantee to staff. Now, I know that the law does not require that, but I think that we owe it to our staff and to our administration that we should all at least notify the administration if we are not vaccinated, so that it can make necessary plans for the protection of staff and of other councillors. And I make no bones about it. It's a matter of some concern to me that I am mixing with people who are vaccinated. I have a mother who is in her 91st year, and frankly, COVID would be devastating for her, and I am not able to put on hold my relationship with her because of the decision of others to not vaccinate. So if this is supported, it simply enables the administration to alert us to the possibility that there is some risk, and then to allow the administration to determine how it manages that risk. And that risk might mean making arrangements to ensure that staff are protected from all councillors in the event that some are not vaccinated. Now, I'm not asking for the names, I repeat that again, I'm not asking for the names, I'm not asking for any information about individuals, simply that we have some notification that there are unvaccinated people so that the administration can deal with it. And that is, after all, fair on our staff and fair on all elected members.
Councillor Moran, did you wish to speak? Councillor Hyde.
Just a question. Lord Mayor, without disclosing names, identities and what have you, could the administration please advise if there are any councillors that haven't provided their status, vaccination status?
Thank you. Through the presiding member, I'm not aware of any council member that hasn't provided their status.
Would the implication there be that we've all provided our double vaccination status?
Thank you. Through the presiding member, I don't have certificates for all council members at this point.
How many?
Through the presiding member, from memory, I think I'm still waiting for 5 members to provide that to me.
That's a lot, and it's definitely not the 6 members I spoke to. That's interesting.
Members? Councillor Moran.
Well, I have provided my double vaccination.
That's fine, Councillor Moran. We don't have to do that. Councillor Couros, did you wish to speak?
I'm just having a question. So, if we provided information that someone's not vaccinated, then how would the CEO or how would the CEO handle the situation? What would you have to request that person not come to meetings, or do you have to request that staff member not to come to work? How would that work?
CEO.
Thank you. Through the presiding member, as paragraph 6 makes clear, I cannot prevent an unvaccinated council member from attending the chamber, so that would obviously need to be considered in terms of some of the conditions that Councillor Martin has shared tonight in terms of his challenges around that. In terms of staff members, obviously the exercise that we've been going through as an organisation over the last few weeks is to be able to manage associated risks. So by the 20th of December, I'll understand from a staffing perspective what our vaccination risk management looks like, and then obviously I'd be looking to ensure that the resourcing that supports our elected body is done in a way that's as safe as possible for our staff and for our council members.
Members. Councillor Snape.
Just like to say that I've also provided my double vaccination
I
status.
don't require people to stand up and say whether they have or they're not. That's not the point of the meeting. Councillor Kerr.
I just want to know, I'm sorry, this just smacks of some sort of attempt to try and get some council, I'm double vaccinated. I have no doubt that all of the councillors are
Would
vaccinated.
everybody else like to stand up and say whether they are or not?
Why would you do that?
Councillor Kerr, sorry. Apologies. Sorry. Councillor.
It's like Bugs Bunny. It's like the Roadrunner. They just keep trying to catch the Roadrunner. Well, I reckon the Roadrunner, Alex Hyde, is probably vaccinated, and you failed yet again. It's going to be back to the dungeon to sharpen the axe again. Like we were all dream up some way of catching him again. Now, for heaven's sakes, it's such silly stuff. But to the administration, what? If we approve this, is this going to cause trouble for employees? Is it going to put employees in a difficult position than they otherwise wouldn't be? We don't want to be approving something that imposes conditions on employees that otherwise aren't imposed. Is my question.
CEO.
Thank you to the presiding member. Not at all. This is about council members, not staff. I will manage the staff as best I see fit.
Oh, okay, that's already present. That employee stuff is already present, so it's just... Thanks.
Councillor Moran?
Yeah, everyone vaccinated stand.
I just think it's very... I'd like that. I think Councillor Kerr's comments are unbelievable. Some of us, such as Phil, have a comorbid condition. I have grandchildren and a very elderly mother, and I don't think it is something to laugh about. I think we should know. If there's anybody in this room that's not vaccinated, put your hand up.
I'm double vaccinated and I have a COVID certificate.
Thank you. I am not pleased. Could we just not do that here?
No, well, sorry.
So there has been a request.
Interrupted. 5 members of this council have not given the administration their vaccination certificate. So it's not like we're just sharpening axe. Who are the 5 that haven't bothered to do that?
Because we don't know what they say that they are.
Members, are there any other speakers to the motion? If not, I will go back to the mover to sum up. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, look, thank you, Lord Mayor. I do regret that a joke is being made of something as serious as this. Well, it is serious. It is in poor taste. It is actually about the safety of the people on whom we rely for the information and for the facilities to be able to meet and discuss things and to resolve matters. Now, if we are not vaccinated in substantial number, and it certainly seems that if 5 councillors or elected members have not advised the administration of their vaccination status, that there's a bit of a problem. It's either that there are some laggards, or alternatively, that we have a vaccination rate in the City of Adelaide elected member corps much, much lower than in the lowest vaccinated community in Australia. That's a significant risk for the members of the administration of the City of Adelaide. And if we have that information, if that information is provided to us, then we should work with the administration to provide a framework that allows all of us to mix as appropriately as possible with staff. We cannot be putting staff at risk. And that is all this is seeking to do. Now, I ask you to support it. It doesn't require people to raise their hand saying I'm vaccinated or I'm not vaccinated. It is simply a check of the risk that arises for the staff of the City of Adelaide from the elected members of the City of Adelaide. That is not unreasonable. It's not a joke. It's serious.
Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against?
Oh, division.
It's lost.
Division.
Those members voting in favour of the motion, please rise and remain standing until all names have been called. Those members voting in favour.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Mackey, Councillor Snape, Councillor Donovan, Councillor...
is lost. Members, that takes us to motions without notice. Councillor Moran.
Yes, just a quick one. I'm not quite sure how to frame it. We had a submission back from the Electoral Commission. I want to know, and some changes were asked to be made.
So it's a question without notice, not a motion without
could
notice.
I move that the new submission, the altered submission to the Electoral Commission be tabled?
Is that a motion?
Yes.
That's a procedural motion. Have we got?
Is to be tabled where, Councillor? And when?
Well, as soon as possible. It's, presumably it's already been sent in.
So do you want it to be distributed to members? Do you want it to...
No.
Oh, it has been. Okay.
Has it?
Yes.
Has been tabled. Oh, good. Okay.
Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, through the presiding member, it hasn't formally been tabled, but what it has been shared with all the council members through e-news on Monday, so feel free to share. I think Councillor Martin in particular wanted to share it with ratepayers, and I think that's okay, isn't it?
Members,
yeah.
Sorry, before you jump up and run, you okay with that, Councillor Moran? Will respond? I do have one motion without notice, which I want for your consideration. I received a request, which I believe was distributed from the Royal Agricultural and Horticultural Society on the 8th of December, seeking an extension to the use of Josie Aegis Park, Wickapartnu, for parking associated with the selected events at the Adelaide Showgrounds. Previously, that had been approved by the Parklands Authority for the use during that period of time. They have sought an extension to the arrangement until the 1st of July, while the South Australian Vaccination Hub continues to operate at the Adelaide Showgrounds. And they've advised that they will consult the City of Adelaide during this period of time to make sure they minimise the impacts with respect to the parklands. They've also indicated that it appears there's only one use at this stage, one occasion that will require that, which is the Caravan and Camping Show on the 9th of February, which is why I've brought it in now, because they need to know. Given there was no opportunity for me to have a meeting with the APLA board members, I did send this out to all members, and they have come back, even though they're unable to give a recommendation. However, the majority absolutely have responded that they're supportive with the extension. So there is a motion before you. Deputy Lord Mayor, are you happy to move that motion on behalf? Thank you very much. And I look for a seconder, Councillor Kouros. Deputy Lord Mayor, did you wish to speak to it at all?
No, Lord Mayor, I think you summed it up perfectly.
Councillor Kouros? No. Members? If not, Deputy Lord Mayor to sum up.
Summed up.
Members to the vote, those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Councillor Knoll, I didn't quite see. Were you in favour? Thank you. Can I have that recorded as unanimous? Members, thank you so much. I hope to see as many of you as possible tomorrow night for dinner. And thank you for your attendance tonight.